In the stillness of a moonless night, we drift beyond the boundaries of our ordinary world and into the endless ocean of stars. Above us, the sky is a deep velvet black, dotted with tiny islands of light. Those distant stars shimmer quietly, each one a sun suspended in an infinite expanse. A gentle hush fills the air, or rather, the absence of air, as we leave Earth's atmosphere behind. All around is silence. There is no wind, no rustle of leaves, no distant hum of civilization, only a profound and perfect quiet. In this silence, every thought echoes, and the universe itself seems to be listening. Far below, the Earth retreats into the darkness. Our blue home becomes a small, fragile glow, a pale blue dot cast against a vast cosmic backdrop. From this height, we see no borders, no human affairs, only a soft sphere marbled with white clouds and deep blue oceans. It hangs alone in the blackness, cradled by a thin halo of atmosphere. As we watch, even that gentle glow begins to fade, swallowed by the shadow of night on Earth's face. A mix of emotions washes over us, comfort in the familiar warmth of the world we know, and unease at the immense unknown yawning all around it. We drift farther into space, leaving behind the last whispers of earthly sound. The emptiness greets us with open arms. Here, between worlds, there is an almost sacred tranquility. Nothing stirs unless we stir it. Even our breaths, if we could hear them, would come slow and measured, mindful of the delicate stillness. Stars in every direction twinkle from distances almost beyond imagination. Each pinpoint of light has travelled years, centuries, millennia to reach our eyes, crossing the darkness so that, at this very moment, in this silent voyage, we might witness its ancient story. The void of space is not truly void, though it feels that way. Scattered in the black ocean are unseen particles and rays, and the faint whisper of an afterglow from the universe's birth. But to our senses, it is emptiness. If one were to shout here, not a single sound would carry. The cry would die at one's lips, for in the vacuum there is no medium for sound to travel. It is a silence more complete than any found on Earth, a silence in which even a heartbeat might feel intrusive. We become aware of how small we are, how fragile, drifting in a great quiet gulf between the stars. Time itself seems to slow in this vast solitude. Without a day or night cycle, without any familiar landmark, each moment just gently unfolds into the next. There is only the soft glimmer of starlight to mark the passage of time. And yet, as we gaze into the distance, we are looking back in time. The stars, so constant and reassuring in their quiet sparkle, hide a truth. Many of them may no longer exist as we see them now. Some could have exploded into darkness eons ago, their light only now arriving at our little vantage point. We are watching ghosts of the past, cosmic memories playing out across the deep. This thought is both enchanting and unsettling. The night sky is like a memory book, filled with the light of long ago events, and we cannot know from here what has truly transpired since. We have only the ancient light as our guide. We let this realization settle gently in our minds. far-off points of light wink at us, some in familiar constellations that humans before us named, imagining shapes and stories. But out here, those patterns break apart. The connect-the-dots figures of heroes and myths fade, and we see stars for what they are. Distant suns, each one a beacon in the dark, separated by unfathomable gulfs. The old stories feel small out here. They were comforting when drawn on the sky of Earth. But now we sense the reality beyond those stories. An expanse so vast it humbles every tale we've ever told. Yet, even as the old patterns fall away, new ones awaken in our minds. As we journey outward, a quiet curiosity stirs. What lies between those stars? What mysteries dwell in the darkness that stretches between the pinpricks of light? There is something slightly eerie, yet captivating about that space, the void between worlds where nothing familiar exists. We know, on some level, that there are planets, moons, and clouds of dust out there beyond our sight, but so much is unknown, unreachable. The sheer scale of it is enough to make the heart flutter if one dwells on it suddenly. So we approach it slowly, gently, allowing our imagination to adapt to the enormity. Drifting onward, we leave behind the last gravitational hold of our planet. The moon, pale and silent, slides by, offering a farewell glance with its pockmarked face. Once beyond the moon, Earth is just another star-like point if we look back. The sun itself, our life-giving star, begins to shrink in apparent size. Its fierce brightness dims to a strong pinprick, and its warmth wanes. We are headed into the deep cold of space, where sunlight is just another star's glow, and warmth must come from within us or our vessel. In this dark expanse, we begin to sense why space can be so haunting. It is not malevolent, but it is indifferent, vast, and empty, beyond human reckoning. In the distance ahead, a faint, ghostly glow hints at itself, perhaps the collective light of billions of stars, the Milky Way's band. Our galaxy stretches across the sky, a milky river of light arching over our heads when seen from Earth on a clear night. But out here, far from city lights and atmospheric haze, it is overwhelming in its beauty. We see nebulae as faint smudges, clusters of stars like tiny archipelagos in a great sea, and between them, darkness, immense, unpierced darkness that hides whatever it contains. Our eyes can only capture so much. Our minds can only fathom so much. This darkness holds secrets, some benign, some perhaps profoundly unsettling. As we venture further, we allow ourselves to think about those secrets. There is no rush. The journey is long and gentle, giving us time to ponder the nature of this universe that cradles and confounds us. We have all night, or rather, all the nights of a billion stars, to explore. And as we proceed, the first truth that quietly impresses itself upon us is the sheer emptiness around us. Not just an emptiness of matter, but an emptiness of certainty, of knowledge. We float in a realm that cares nothing for our presence, in which our existence is as ephemeral as a mote of dust caught in a brief ray of sunlight. This realization could be frightening, but here in the hush of space, it comes as a gentle whisper, a humbling truth rather than a scream. We are small. The universe is vast. And in these facts, there is a kind of peace alongside the disquiet. If we are so small, then our troubles, our worries, perhaps they too shrink in significance out here. Yet at the same time, if we are so small, it means there is so much beyond us that we barely understand. The quiet void invites us to reflect on these dual feelings, the relief of insignificance and the anxiety of it. In that balance, we continue on, ready to uncover the hidden, disturbing, yet fascinating truths that lie in the space between the stars. As we move quietly through the interstellar darkness, we come upon a solitary wanderer, a planet untethered to any sun. It floats in the dark like a lost ship on an endless night sea. This is a rogue planet, a world forever cast away from the warmth of a star. We approach it slowly, and it looms into view, a massive, lightless orb against the starry background. There is no sunrise or sunset here, only perpetual night. If it has an atmosphere, perhaps a faint luminescence glows at its horizon, born of chemical reactions, or the far-off light of neighbouring stars, barely caressing its skies. To us, it appears mostly as a silhouette, a black circle obscuring whatever tiny stars lie behind it, a shadow in space. We drift closer still, down toward its dark surface. Imagine standing on this world. Above, the sky would be a panorama of stars, but no sun would dominate the day. There is no day at all, only night upon endless night. The ground beneath your feet might be frozen solid, coated with ice that has never known a thaw. Perhaps the planet was once like one of our outer giants, with swirling clouds and storms. But now those clouds have settled into frigid stillness. Or maybe it's a rocky world, its surface cracked by ancient upheavals from when it was violently ejected from its home system. One can almost feel the loneliness radiating from this place. On the surface of the rogue planet, if you could stand there, the cold would be beyond deadly. Without a sun's energy, the temperature would hover just a few degrees above absolute zero. The air, if any remains, might be frozen onto the ground in places as a thin frost. There is no sound but the crunch of your footsteps and the slow, careful exhale of your breath inside a suit. That breath would be the only warmth around. Beneath thick ice, perhaps deep down near a core, there could be a faint heat left over from the planet's formation or from radioactive elements decaying. A feeble hearth in an otherwise frozen world. Maybe pockets of liquid water cling to existence far below, heated by the planet's interior, creating a potential refuge for life, even in this eternal dark. It's a strange thought. Life on a sunless world, huddled around hydrothermal vents in a hidden ocean, never seeing light, never knowing that a whole universe beyond the black ice exists. A lone traveller on such a world, if one could ever be, would face a staggering solitude. The silence would be absolute. Only the crunch of their footsteps and their own heartbeat for company. Without a sun, there would be no dawn to mark time, only the slow wheel of the starry heavens overhead. The beauty of that sky might be cold comfort, but comfort nonetheless. The Milky Way's band could cast a faint, ghostly light, enough to navigate by one's eyes adjusted. Perhaps the planet's magnetic field, if it had one, might channel charged particles into rare auroras, so that now and then curtains of pale green or purple light dance briefly on the horizon. the only imitation of a sunrise this world will ever know. One might walk for miles over frozen plains and see nothing but one's shadow by starlight and the glitter of ice. It's a place that could make you feel truly alone in the universe, yet also a place where you cannot help but marvel at the cosmos spread out above, an endless tapestry of stars, unmarred by any earthly light. That feeling of being a solitary speck on a dark world, beholding the entire galaxy, would be at once terrifying and transcendent. Above the icy plains, the stars would swirl slowly as the planet turns. With no sun to rise or set, time on a rogue planet would only be marked by the dance of distant constellations. On some nights, which are every night here, perhaps a far-off galaxy is visible as a faint smudge, or the arch of the Milky Way casts a dim silver glow, enough to see the outlines of mountains or craters. And maybe, once in a great while, a wandering star passes relatively close, offering a brief glimmer of dusk, a pale imitation of daylight for a few hours or days, before that star, too, moves on. But those chances are remote. For the most part, these worlds wander alone. We gently pull away from the rogue planet, leaving it to its silent vigil. As we depart, we reflect that such lonely worlds may be far from rare. Astronomers suspect there could be countless others, billions, maybe even trillions of them, drifting through our galaxy alone. There are likely more of these orphan planets than there are stars in the Milky Way. Each one is a story of isolation, perhaps born around a star, and then cruelly cast out by gravitational upheavals, or formed alone out of a cold, diffuse cloud, never to know the light of a sun. They roam the galactic darkness, invisible, except to those who search carefully, like phantom islands in a lightless ocean. It is a disturbing truth to consider. Entire worlds can exist in perpetual night, and the universe is under no obligation to give them light or life. They are a testament to the fact that the cosmos, vast and varied, is often unfathomably indifferent. For every cozy solar system like our own, with a warm sun and a habitable planet, there may be many more places that are inhospitable, cold, and dark, beyond imagination. And yet, drifting by this rogue planet, we also wonder at the resilience of matter and life. Could something be living down in that darkness, never seeing the stars, but maybe sensing faint geothermal warmth? If so, it would live and die under thick ice, in ignorance of the greater universe outside its frozen sea. A humbling thought. Even if life exists elsewhere, it might endure in forms and places utterly alien to our experience. Isolated, strange, and perhaps forever alone. Leaving that rogue planet behind, we carry on through the emptiness. It grows harder to say where we are. In deep space, there are no signposts. Every direction looks much the same, an endless field of stars. Perhaps we see a familiar pattern off to one side, a constellation from Earth's sky, but it has subtly warped, the stars shifting positions now that we are light years away from home. The farther we go, the less our old maps mean. This is the frontier not just of distance, but of understanding. The experience is serene, but if one contemplates it deeply, there's an undercurrent of the unsettling. We are truly adrift, and were it not for some guiding purpose or distant destination, one could wander among these stars forever, possibly missing the few islands of warmth or life scattered in the void. As if on cue, a distant flicker catches our attention, not steady like a star, but a brief flash. then another, in a completely different part of the sky. These are the lighthouses of catastrophe, blinking their warnings across space. We realize we are witnessing something extraordinary and rare. The death throes of stars happening in remote corners of the galaxy. Even here in the peaceful dark, violence exists, but it is silent, distant, like storms on far-off horizons that we see but do not hear. We turn our path toward one of these flickers, curious and wary, to understand what message it carries through the cosmic night. In the distance, a star is dying. We draw near cautiously, though in truth we are still separated by many light years. It is an enormous star, far larger and more massive than our own sun, and for millions of years it has burned hot and bright, living extravagantly and fast. But now, at the end of its life, it has become unstable. In a final act of cosmic drama, it explodes in a supernova. One moment, the star is a brilliant point of light. The next, it blooms into a titanic blossom of energy. The explosion is silent from where we float, utterly soundless, as all events in the vacuum are. And yet it is more powerful than anything we have ever known. Layers of the star are cast off into space at incredible speeds, a shell of glowing gas racing outward. For a brief time, this dying star outshines its entire galaxy. If there were any planets circling nearby, they are now being bathed in a lethal flood of radiation and shockwaves, their surfaces scorched clean of whatever might have been there. Perhaps once those worlds bore life, looking up at their friendly sun. Now that sun has become an all-consuming fire, erasing in moments what took eons to grow. From our safe vantage, the supernova is majestic but fearsome. We see the expanding cloud of debris, shining with fierce light that gradually begins to fade. It will continue to glow for years, the remnants of the star mixing with the interstellar medium, seeding space with heavy elements forged in the star's core. Those elements, carbon, oxygen, iron, gold, are the stuff of planets and of life. In a way, the star in its death is both destroyer and creator, providing the raw material for future worlds, even as it obliterated its own. We are made of star stuff, it's often said, and here before our eyes is the very process that scatters that star stuff into the galaxy. Yet there's something deeply unsettling about watching this cataclysm. It reminds us that the cosmos is not static or safe. It is dynamic and at times violent. Catastrophe can come without warning and on a scale that defies comprehension. Were we much closer, we too would have been caught in that stellar blast, and nothing of us would remain. In our quiet journey, we are fortunate spectators to events that could annihilate life in an instant. And indeed, throughout cosmic history, supernovae have likely caused mass extinctions on planets orbiting unlucky stars, perhaps even shaping the course of life on our own world. A distant supernova might have once bathed Earth in a surge of cosmic rays, subtly affecting climates or mutating DNA. The universe has its hazards, and they are often invisible until it's too late. As we turn away from the expanding remains of the supernova, a sharp, fleeting brightness streaks across our vision from another direction, then another, in yet a different part of the sky. These are not ordinary starlight. We realize we are witnessing something even more extreme: gamma-ray bursts. In the far reaches of space, either a massive star's core has collapsed into a black hole, sending twin beams of gamma radiation shooting out like cosmic lighthouses, or two ultra-dense neutron stars have collided in a final violent embrace, releasing unimaginable energy. The bursts last only seconds or minutes, but for that brief moment they shine brighter than millions of galaxies combined. We cannot see the gamma rays with our eyes, but if we translate them into visible light in our mind's eye, it is like witnessing the flicker of creation and destruction compressed into an instant. These bursts are among the most energetic events known since the Big Bang itself. If one were pointed directly at us from relatively close range, even thousands of light years away, it could be disastrous. Gamma rays would slice through the atmosphere of a living world, stripping away the ozone layer that shields the surface from deadly ultraviolet radiation. In the aftermath, a planet's sky might go dark under a blanket of chemical smog from burning forests and evaporating oceans, and life that had flourished in comfort could be sterilized by a brief cosmic burst from an event utterly beyond their control or even awareness. It's a sobering truth. Not all threats come with warning or reason. Some are just consequences of being in the wrong place in a vast universe at the wrong time. We float in silence, letting that knowledge sink in. The supernova's glow in the distance has already dimmed to a ghostly nebula, and the gamma-ray bursts were gone almost as soon as they appeared. All that's left of those events now are expanding clouds of gas and a rain of invisible high-energy particles coursing through space. Some of those cosmic rays, charged particles accelerated to near light speed, will travel for years and eventually pepper whatever they encounter, maybe even our own Earth's atmosphere, manifesting as faint flashes in detectors or as streaks of light in polar skies. We realize that even here, in the silent emptiness, we are being crossed by intangible arrows of radiation from sources light years away. At any given moment, high-energy particles born of ancient explosions are passing through our bodies. Most will do no harm, passing unnoticed, but they are a reminder that space is not truly empty or safe. It is filled with the ghosts of violent events, still whispering their presence across the light years. For now, we remain unharmed and carry on with our voyage. The flashes of cosmic destruction fade behind us, and once again, the panorama of stars looks peaceful and eternal. But we know now that behind that serenity can lie sudden violence. It's an uneasy balance, the sublime beauty of a galaxy filled with stars, and the knowledge that each star carries the seeds of both life and destruction. This understanding doesn't break the tranquility of our journey, but it adds depth to it. The cosmos can be deadly and still be profoundly beautiful. Just as a distant thunderstorm can be mesmerizing from afar, cosmic cataclysms have a certain terrible grandeur when witnessed from the safe harbor of distance. We continue onward through the starry expanse, more aware than before of the unseen dangers that can flicker without notice. After witnessing the death of a star, one cannot help but wonder about the fates of any living things that orbited it. In all likelihood, any creatures in that system have either perished or are doomed once their sun goes supernova. Perhaps, in some cases, they saw it coming, noticing their sun growing bloated and erratic, casting an eerie light across their skies. Maybe they felt a mix of dread and helplessness, watched as days grew unnaturally bright and their star's behavior turned violent. If they realized what was coming, it must have been the gravest of horrors, knowing that the very star that nourished them was about to deliver destruction. And even if they understood, there would be no escape. No technology could save an entire biosphere from a supernova's fury on such short notice. Any final prayers or frantic efforts would be in vain. A civilization's long story, its art, its struggles and triumphs, could be erased in the span of a single cosmic heartbeat by the indifferent death of a star. Such thoughts send a gentle shiver through our mind. It's a stark reminder of our own sun's mortality, though thankfully on a much longer timescale, and of how fragile life is against the backdrop of an unpredictable universe. It makes us appreciate our own sun's steady light all the more. Our star will someday die as well, though in a different, quieter way, expanding into a red giant and engulfing the inner planets, including Earth. But that is billions of years in the future. For now, our sun is stable and kind by cosmic standards, and Earth basks in a long summer of life. Out here in the dark, after seeing what happens when a sun dies violently, we feel an almost protective love for that distant warm glow that still faintly illuminates our far-off home. In this cosmic night, we hold these truths gently, with respect and a touch of sorrow. The life of a star, the life on any worlds around it, all are transient. The galaxy continually renews itself. The remnants of old stars become part of new stars and planets. There is a grand cycle, but also individual endings that can be tragic and absolute. And sometimes there are endings that break the cycle entirely and leave nothing behind but emptiness. From the ashes of a supernova, sometimes a strange new object is born. In cases where the dying star was massive enough, its core may collapse utterly under its own gravity, leaving behind a black hole. And so, as one star's explosion fades, we find ourselves drawn toward a different kind of cosmic enigma that lurks in the aftermath. A region of space where gravity has become all-consuming, where even light cannot escape. Ahead of us, invisible to our eyes until we get very close, is a black hole. We know it's there, not by seeing it directly, but by its effects. Starlight from behind it is distorted, wrapped around as if by a lens. The black hole itself is marked by a nearly perfect sphere of darkness, a silhouette against the starry field. Around some black holes, there can be a disk of luminous gas spiraling inward, heated to incandescence as it falls into the abyss. But let's consider a more quiescent one, perhaps the remnant of the supernova we just witnessed, now quietly sitting in space. An invisible trapdoor in the fabric of the universe. As we cautiously approach this black hole, we become aware of the profound warping of space and time around it. Distant stars behind it appear strangely shifted, smeared into arcs, an effect known as gravitational lensing. The black hole's gravity is bending their light like a funhouse mirror, giving us a surreal view of the galaxy beyond. This distortion is our first clue that normal rules here are stretched to their limit. Closer still, and we find a boundary, not a solid surface, but a point of no return known as the event horizon. It is the edge of the shadow, the spherical frontier where, once crossed, nothing, not even light itself, can climb back out. Outside this horizon, one might still escape if travelling at near light speed, but just barely. Inside, all paths lead inexorably down to the centre. It's a one-way door into darkness. We pause at a safe distance, where the pull is strong, but not yet irresistible. Here, time itself is behaving oddly. If we were to hover and send a probe closer to the event horizon, we would see that probe's clock and processes appear to slow down as it nears the point of no return. The deeper into the gravity well it goes, the slower time flows relative to our outside perspective. In fact, If something were to fall in towards the black hole, from our viewpoint, it would never quite appear to cross the horizon. It would seem to slow and dim, the light from it red-shifted to invisibility, as if frozen right at the edge of the black hole, never fully vanishing. It's a strange thought. The remnants of everything that ever fell into a black hole, gas, dust, stars, perhaps even the cores of planets, might still be imprinted on the event horizon in some form, suspended at the threshold of oblivion, at least from the outside perspective, even as in reality those things have long been destroyed deep within. Now imagine, in a contemplative thought experiment, that we send a small craft, or even a person, toward the black hole to experience its effects directly. Drifting past us, a hypothetical astronaut decides to take that one-way journey inward. As they draw closer to the event horizon, to them, time remains as it always was. Their heart beats, their thoughts flow at normal pace. They would cross the event horizon without fanfare, not even realizing the exact moment it happened because nothing special marks that boundary locally. But once inside, they are cut off from us forever. They could shine a light or fire a rocket, but no signal, no beam of light can escape the prison of gravity they've entered. From our external perspective, though, that brave, or doomed, astronaut seems to take longer and longer to descend. Their movements slow as they approach the horizon, like a fly in honey. Their clock appears to tick sluggishly. Their light becomes redder and dimmer. Eventually, they fade away, never quite appearing to cross the threshold. In a sense, we get a glimpse of eternity, watching someone fall into a black hole. They seem to linger on the edge of nothingness indefinitely, a spectral image that gradually dissolves into darkness. Of course, from their own point of view, they have already fallen inside and, within a short time, met whatever end awaits in those unknown depths. What lies inside a black hole? That is one of the great unanswered questions of physics. Our current understanding breaks down in the face of it. We believe there is a singularity at the center, a point or region of infinite density, where the mass of the collapsed star is concentrated and where space and time as we know them cease to have meaning. It's a place where our known laws of physics, as successful as they are elsewhere, simply can't describe what happens. Falling into a small black hole, tidal forces would pull you apart long before you reach that central singularity, a process astronomers grimly nickname spaghettification, as your body would stretch into long strands. But if the black hole is enormous, like the ones at galactic centers, the tidal forces at the horizon could be mild. You might, in theory, cross without immediate harm, only to be ripped apart later as you approach the central singularity where gravity's gradient becomes inescapably steep. The fate of anything that falls in is to be added to the black hole's mass, its individuality seemingly erased from the observable universe. It's as if the cosmos has places where information and objects vanish, or at least become inaccessible to the outside. There's an ongoing scientific debate about whether information, the imprint of what fell in, is truly destroyed or somehow encoded on the horizon, as some theories like the holographic principle suggest. Black holes challenge our understanding of reality at a fundamental level. They hint that the universe can hide its information in ways we might not easily retrieve, essentially forgetting details within these voids, unless some deeper principle saves the information in an unforeseen way. We drift around the black hole at a respectful distance, orbiting safely as we gaze at this literal hole in reality. It is serene in its own way, just a dark sphere silhouetted against a starry background. with perhaps a faint ring of bent light around its edges, where background starlight is distorted. It doesn't announce its danger with noise or fire. It simply is, a region of extreme space-time curvature hiding in plain sight. And it is patient. Anything that comes too close will eventually spiral in and vanish from our world. Yet the black hole itself might persist for unimaginable times, slowly evaporating via a quantum process called Hawking radiation. That evaporation is incredibly slow for a black hole of any significant size. For one formed by a star, it would take trillions upon trillions of years, far longer than the current age of the universe, to evaporate completely. In the grand future, long after the stars have burnt out, these black holes will be among the last remaining bastions of mass and energy, silently consuming any stray matter and very gradually leaking it away as faint radiation. Only in the farthest reaches of time will they finally wink out, one by one, leaving behind nothing but perhaps a memory in the form of those last particles of light. For now, this black hole remains a stark reminder of nature's extremes. Gravity turned up so high that it punctures a hole in the fabric of existence. It's a quiet extremity. Nothing much happens around it unless something strays too near, and yet its very presence warps the reality around it. As we sit here in orbit, we ponder what it would be like to be on the inside, looking out. If somehow one were conscious and could survive just inside the event horizon, the view of the universe outside would be bizarre. Light from the outside world would still reach you, since it's coming in, but it would be oddly blue-shifted and concentrated, and the outside universe would appear to speed up. If you looked up toward the opening of the hole you fell in from, you might see the entire future history of the universe play out at hyperspeed as you descended. In theory, for a large enough black hole where tidal forces don't kill you immediately. As you fell closer to the singularity, the external universe's time might race, stars moving, galaxies colliding, perhaps even the distant future where stars have died. It's been said, in thought experiments, that someone falling into a black hole might witness the end of the universe on their way in. But alas, they could never report it back to anyone outside. Feeling the intense conceptual gravity of these thoughts, we decide it's wise to move on. We bid this black hole farewell, this silent devourer, this keeper of deep cosmic secrets. With a gentle nudge, we escape its gravitational embrace and continue our journey. As we float away, the black hole recedes into the distance, once again blending into the darkness, indistinguishable from the void, except for that subtle warping of starlight around where it hides. In the quiet that follows, we reflect on what we've encountered so far. Lonely planets cast adrift in darkness, violent explosions of stars, deadly unseen bursts of radiation, and bottomless pits in space-time. Each of these is a piece of the cosmos, a truth of what's out here. Each reminds us how different, and sometimes how hostile, the universe is compared to the safe haven of Earth. Out here, darkness and light dance in ways that can be beautiful and awe-inspiring, but also profoundly indifferent to life and hope. And yet, we are not mere victims of this reality. We are observers, thinkers, tiny bright sparks of consciousness, able to witness and contemplate these extremes. By seeing these things, by understanding them, we become aware of our place in the grand scheme. And perhaps, in that awareness, there is a quiet defiance or purpose to appreciate the universe, to find meaning where we can. Now, carrying these lessons, we venture further outward, beyond the realm of individual stars. We have seen what can happen to stars and planets. We have felt the gravity of a black hole. It is time to step back even more and look at the larger tapestry, the galaxy and beyond. What disturbing truths await us on that grander scale? Perhaps the very shape and fate of the universe itself hold the greatest mysteries and the most profound existential questions. We pull our perspective back, like a camera zooming out from a close-up. Stars and black holes diminish in scope as we begin to see not just individual points of light, but the structure they form together. In the grand tapestry of the cosmos, stars are not scattered randomly. They are gathered into vast cities of light, galaxies. Our own journey began near one star in the Milky Way galaxy. Now, as we retreat further in our imagination, we start to see the context of that star. The Milky Way itself is a spiral disk of hundreds of billions of stars, along with great clouds of gas and dust, all bound together by gravity and something more mysterious. Gliding upward out of the plane of the galaxy, we look back and see it in full, a pale, milky band with spiral arms coiling around a bright core. It is serene and beautiful, a flattened whirlpool of starlight in the dark. But what holds this spinning collection together and keeps the stars from simply flying apart? The visible matter alone, all those stars and glowing gas, is not enough. We realize we are witnessing the influence of an invisible mass surrounding the galaxy, like an unseen halo. Scientists call it dark matter. This dark matter does not shine or interact with light. It's effectively transparent and can only be inferred by its gravity. Yet it outweighs all the normal matter, stars, planets, gas, by a factor of several. There is a subtle eeriness in knowing that most of the mass of our galaxy is unseen, unknown, a vast, invisible scaffolding on which the luminous parts are arranged. Right here, passing through us even, are particles or objects of dark matter that we cannot feel or see, like ghosts comprising the bulk of our galaxy's substance. We drift farther out, and now other galaxies come into view, like distant lanterns in the void. Some are majestic spirals like our own, with graceful arms. Others are ellipticals, great smudges of densely packed stars. Others are irregular, wild in shape, perhaps distorted by past collisions. They are scattered across the cosmos in clusters and groups. Our Milky Way is part of a small cluster called the Local Group, which includes the Andromeda Galaxy, our big sister spiral, and dozens of smaller dwarf galaxies. These galaxies in a group dance around one another slowly over billions of years. Andromeda, we know, is on a collision course with our Milky Way. In about 4 billion years, the two will merge, the spirals tearing each other apart and forming a new, larger galaxy in a slow, gravitational dance. For any beings alive on far future worlds, the night sky during that merger will be breathtaking, a blaze of new star formation as gas clouds slam together, perhaps giant streamers of stars being flung out. It's a spectacular thought. Yet for all its grandeur, even a galactic collision is part of the universe's normal evolution, not so much a disturbance as a creative transformation, albeit one that would spell doom or upheaval for any planetary systems directly in the path. The cosmos operates on timescales and energies that make even such titanic events feel routine when viewed in context. Beyond our local group, we see larger clusters of galaxies bound by gravity. Hundreds or thousands of galaxies gather in clusters, swarming like bees in a cosmic hive, with hot gas filling the spaces between them. And between these clusters are voids, enormous regions of space with very few galaxies, essentially great bubbles of nothingness that can stretch for tens or hundreds of millions of light years. One famous example is the Boötes void, a spherical region unimaginably large, yet containing only a handful of galaxies, where we would expect thousands. It's as if a chunk of the universe came up nearly empty, a vast black gulf where creation paused. Seeing this, we are struck again by how much of everything is nothingness. Compared to these voids, the emptiness we felt between stars is almost cozy. If you found yourself in one of those immense voids, you could travel for tens of millions of years and not encounter a single galaxy or star. The scale of such emptiness is staggering. It makes even interstellar space, with its occasional star here and there, seem crowded. As we continue pulling back, eventually we behold the view of the observable universe, like a cosmic web or foam. Galaxies are not scattered uniformly. They form a vast web-like structure. They line up in filaments and sheets, with clusters at the intersections, surrounding the giant voids. It's reminiscent of a sponge, or the neural pathways of a brain, a pattern at the largest scale. We are essentially seeing the imprint of primordial fluctuations from the Big Bang, stretched out by cosmic expansion. It's beautiful in a way, a grand design without a designer, a structure that emerged from gravity's relentless work on slight initial unevenness. And yet, all of this structure, every galaxy we can see, every cluster and filament, is only a small portion of what likely exists. Here, in our narrative, we survey perhaps the hundreds of billions of galaxies within the range of our sight. But beyond that horizon lies more, perhaps an infinite expanse that we cannot see, because light from those regions has not had time to reach us in the 13.8 billion years since our universe began. This brings us to another deep truth about reality. The universe has an edge, not an edge in space like a wall or boundary one could touch, but an edge in time and observation. We call it the observable universe, the limit of what we can see or receive signals from, given the finite speed of light and the finite age of the universe. It's like we're in the middle of a sphere of knowledge, beyond the sphere's radius, about 46 billion light years in every direction. There may be more universe, perhaps much more, but it lies forever beyond our view. It's unsettling to realize that the majority of the universe could be forever beyond our reach, or even our comprehension. No matter how advanced our technology becomes, we cannot get information from beyond the observable horizon, because that information would have to travel faster than light, or originate earlier than the Big Bang, both impossible according to everything we know. We are fundamentally limited, confined to the bubble of space-time we can see. The universe might be vastly larger than what we know, possibly infinite, and could contain wonders or just more galaxies and voids that we will never observe. We gaze into the darkness at the edge of what's visible and feel the press of the unknown, like standing at the shore of a vast, dark ocean, hearing faint waves but seeing nothing beyond the fog. Our cosmic horizon is both a border of our knowledge and a reminder of our ignorance. And there is more. Even within our observable patch, not everything is reachable or even visible to us any longer. the universe is not static. Ever since the Big Bang, it has been expanding. And in the last few billion years, that expansion has been accelerating due to a mysterious influence we call dark energy. Galaxies are flying apart from each other, carried by the stretching of space itself. We notice, as we look at distant galaxies, that their light is reddened, a sign that they are rushing away from us. The Doppler effect on a cosmic scale. The farther a galaxy is, the faster it recedes. This expansion means that over time, distant galaxies get more distant still. Indeed, billions of years from now, galaxies outside our local group will be so far away that their light will struggle and eventually fail to reach us. One day, far in the future, an observer in our galaxy, or its merged descendant, Milkdromeda, might look out and see nothing but darkness beyond the borders of their galaxy, all other galaxies having slipped beyond the horizon of visibility. The night sky then would no longer show the grand tapestry of countless galaxies we see today with our telescopes. It would be an empty, black void, dotted only with whatever stars remain in the observer's own galaxy. In that distant era, even the evidence that a Big Bang ever occurred would vanish for them. The cosmic microwave background, the faint afterglow of the Big Bang, will by then have stretched, redshifted, into undetectability. Distant galaxies, which now clearly indicate an expanding universe, will be gone from view. Future astronomers, if any survive trillions of years hence, might conclude that the universe is static and empty beyond their galaxy, having no way to know that it was once full of other galaxies and had a hot, dense origin. Knowledge can be lost to the vastness of time and space. It's a little unsettling, the thought that the universe can pull itself apart so thoroughly that each surviving clump of matter becomes isolated, like a lone oasis in an endless desert of night. On the flip side, if space truly goes on infinitely, even now, there may be endless realms beyond our view. In an infinite universe, matter and energy, though sparse, would repeat configurations infinitely. This means that somewhere, impossibly far away, there could be a region almost exactly like our own, with galaxies arranged similarly, maybe even an Earth, with beings very similar to us, having a parallel experience. The odds of any specific arrangement are vanishingly small, but in an infinite expanse, even rare things occur somewhere. It's a mind-bending thought. In the grand scheme, perhaps we are not entirely unique. There could be cosmic doppelgangers of entire worlds. Of course, they are forever out of reach, effectively making our reality the only one we will ever know. But the mere possibility underscores the colossal scale of existence, where our observable universe might be just one patch in an endless cosmic mosaic. This idea stirs a deep sense of loneliness mixed with awe. The universe might eventually become a series of island galaxies, each ignorant of the others. And even now, we might be just one island in an archipelago far greater than we can fathom. Already, many galaxies are beyond our reach, even if we had the means to travel at near light speed, because the space between us and them is expanding faster than we could ever traverse. The expansion is even accelerating, driven by that mysterious dark energy which comprises most of the universe's energy content. We have given it a name, but we don't truly know what it is. Only that it behaves like an inbuilt inflationary pressure in space, pushing the cosmos apart faster and faster. With each passing eon, more of the universe slips beyond our horizon. We find this both fascinating and disquieting. The more we peer into deep space, and thus back in time, the more we realize that the universe's present is in flux, and its future is headed toward emptiness. Right now, we can still detect the afterglow of the Big Bang, the cosmic microwave background radiation. A faint whisper of light, cooled to only a few degrees above absolute zero, emanating uniformly from all directions. It's like a distant echo of creation, filling the darkness with a very low hum of microwaves. Over billions more years, that glow will fade into undetectability as it stretches to longer wavelengths. The universe's youth will effectively be erased from record. Future beings might not know it ever was hot and dense. The universe will, in a sense, hide its own beginnings as it ages. Now we let our minds drift into the far future, following the trajectory hinted at by all these observations. What is the ultimate fate of everything? The stars, the galaxies, the very fabric of space between them. Where is it all heading? It's a question both scientific and philosophical, and the answers we've hypothesized are not particularly cheerful. One widely accepted scenario is the heat death of the universe, also known as the Big Freeze. This is the idea that, given enough time, all the usable energy in the universe will become evenly spread out. In other words, the universe will achieve maximum entropy, disorder. All differences in temperature or energy will even out. Imagine that era. No new stars are born, and the old ones flicker out one after another. Star formation ceases because the galaxies have used up or locked away all the free gas. The massive bright stars die first, in mere millions of years, going supernova as we saw. More modest stars like our Sun live longer, billions of years, but they too will exhaust their fuel and gently fade into white dwarf embers. The longest-lived stars are the red dwarfs, dim, slow-burning, some of which can last trillions of years. But even their time will come. In perhaps 10 trillion years or more, the last red dwarf will cool and become a faint, dark cinder. At that point, no new lights shine. The universe goes dark, star by star. Galaxies, once glittering with billions of stars, will be dark masses filled with remnants. Black dwarfs, cooled white dwarfs that no longer emit light, neutron stars, and black holes. The night skies of any surviving vantage point will be black, with only the occasional flash of a decaying stellar remnant or the ghostly hawking radiation of a slowly evaporating black hole. Without starlight, the only illumination will come from things like the collisions or decays of those remnants. Perhaps once in a very long while, two cold dead stars might merge, momentarily sparking a brief flare, or a proton in some atom may decay, if protons are unstable on extremely long timescales, releasing a photon. Black holes might occasionally merge in spectacular dances in the dark, emitting bursts of gravitational waves that ripple invisibly through space. But no eyes will likely witness these events. No brains will be there to even notice, unless some artificial machines somehow endure far longer than their creators. Planets that still exist will be long frozen and dark, wandering like their rogue brethren, but with no stars left to even dimly outline their horizons. Over extremely long timescales, even matter itself might begin to disappear. If protons, the building blocks of atoms, have a finite lifespan, as some theories predict, they will eventually decay into lighter particles. This lifetime is extraordinarily long. far longer than the current age of the universe. But given enough trillions upon trillions of years, it would happen. Solid matter would dissolve into radiation and a mist of subatomic particles. Even if protons somehow last forever, other processes ensure that matter becomes more and more sparse. Black holes would swallow a good fraction of what's left, and then they too would slowly evaporate via Hawking radiation. For a black hole, the mass of our Sun, that evaporation takes 10^67 years or so, a 1 followed by 67 zeros, incomprehensibly long. More massive black holes last even longer. The ones at galactic centers might take 10 or 100 years or more to evaporate. But eventually, given truly endless time, even they will vanish, leaving only a thin soup of particles and very low energy photons, the final size of those evaporations. In this distant future, black holes become the central players for a while, the last mighty engines in a fading universe. They will continue to curve space and attract matter for as long as any matter is around to attract. But as the universe expands and thins out, less and less will fall into them. They will mostly just sit, slowly losing mass. Perhaps occasional quantum fluctuations near their horizons will create particle pairs, one escaping, one falling in, the mechanism of Hawking radiation, carrying mass away bit by bit. It's an incredibly slow leak, but across times vastly exceeding any normal star's lifespan, it eventually drains even the largest black hole. And so we arrive at the heat death, a universe with no stars, no glowing galaxies, no active sources of energy, only a diffuse cold mist of elementary particles and photons, spread so thin that for all practical purposes, nothing interacts with anything anymore. It is, in essence, a cosmos that has lapsed into eternal night and silence. No events of note occur because almost everything is uniform and at equilibrium. Time still passes, but it hardly matters, for change has effectively ceased on any but the most minute quantum scale. This scenario, while based on current physical understanding, is deeply melancholic. It suggests that all the complexity and beauty we see around us is transient, that the universe tends toward a state of simplicity and inertness. The arrow of time, driven by entropy, leads to stillness. It's a disturbing truth that even the greatest cosmic structures and the brightest sources of light will eventually fade away. Yet, as if that were not enough, there are other, even stranger possibilities for how the universe might end. The heat death we described assumes dark energy remains constant, a steady pressure causing accelerated expansion. But what if dark energy becomes stronger over time? This leads to a hypothetical doomsday known as the Big Rip. In this scenario, the repulsive force driving the expansion doesn't stay mild. It increases until it overcomes all other forces. In the distant future, galaxy clusters would no longer hold together. Galaxies themselves would be pulled apart. Later still, star systems like our own would be disrupted as space stretches at an ever-increasing rate. Eventually, in this rather extreme theory, even molecules and atoms would be torn apart by the expansion of space accelerating without bound. The fabric of the universe would rip everything to shreds at a fundamental level. This final disintegration would happen everywhere, effectively ending the universe in a final chaotic burst where even space-time itself might fracture. Fortunately, current observations of dark energy don't indicate this extreme scenario is likely. Dark energy, as best we can tell, acts like a cosmological constant, an unchanging property of space. If that's true, the Big Rip won't occur. Expansion will asymptotically approach a steady state where all galaxies beyond local groups recede out of view, but matter bound by gravity or atomic forces, like galaxies, stars, planets, and us, won't be literally torn apart by expanding space. Still, the Big Rip remains a theoretical possibility if dark energy evolved in a certain way, and the fact that it's even considered reminds us how little we truly understand the fate of the cosmos. Now, before despair overwhelms us at these prospects, heat death or Big Rip, it's worth noting these events are unimaginably far in the future, far beyond any timescales that have meaning to human minds. Trillions of years, quadrillions, and more. They should not cause any immediate worry. They are more like the ultimate bookending of reality as we know it. In a sense, it can even be oddly comforting to think about doom and gloom so remote. Our everyday problems shrink to nothing by comparison, and one can instead simply marvel at the idea of timescales so vast. However, there's one more twist to consider, one that could, in theory, occur at any time, even tomorrow, without warning: the prospect of vacuum decay. This is perhaps the most startling of the end of everything scenarios, because unlike the slow fade-outs we've been discussing, vacuum decay would be sudden and all-encompassing. It arises from the possibility that the current state of the universe, especially the Higgs field, which gives particles their mass, might not be the true lowest energy state of physics. Our universe might be in what's called a false vacuum, a stable-seeming state that isn't ultimately stable, like a ball resting in a slight depression on a hill, rather than at the base of a valley. If that is the case, then with a tiny nudge, or perhaps spontaneously via quantum tunneling, a region of space could pop into a more stable state, the true vacuum. If such a vacuum bubble ever forms, it would expand outward at nearly the speed of light, converting everything it touches into the new state of being. Inside that bubble, the laws of physics as we know them could be markedly different. Constants of nature could shift. Particles might acquire different masses, or not exist at all. Such a bubble would be lethal in the most profound sense. Not only would it destroy life, it would rewrite the very rules that make atoms and forces possible. In effect, it would be as if our universe were overwritten by an alternate universe. Because the bubble would expand at light speed, we would never see it coming. One moment, everything is as it is. The next moment, the bubble wall sweeps over you, and nothing. We and all around us would be converted into an alien vacuum state in an instant. It's been called the ultimate ecological catastrophe. Not only is life as we know it impossible after it, but chemistry as we know it is. Maybe even space and time as we know them could be radically altered. This sounds like pure science fiction horror, and it is an extremely speculative scenario. Why consider it at all? Because our best measurements of certain particle physics parameters, like the mass of the Higgs boson discovered in 2012, suggest we might be in that false vacuum situation. Don't panic. Even if true, theoretical calculations say the expected lifetime of our metastable state is enormously long compared to the current age of the universe. Vacuum decay could happen at any time, but statistically, it might not happen for googles of years. A 1 with 100 zeros. It might also be that new physics, beyond what we know, intervenes to make our vacuum truly stable, or that the early universe's high energies would already have triggered vacuum decay if it were possible, and since we're here, that implies either it didn't happen, or our vacuum is more stable than the simple calculations suggest. So, this possibility, while scientifically reasoned, remains remote in likelihood as far as we understand. It's one of those disturbing truths that is almost philosophical. It tells us that even the ground under our feet, the seemingly solid foundation of physical law, might hold surprises. It humbles us by showing that nothing, not even the vacuum of space, is guaranteed eternal. The idea of vacuum decay is like a thundercloud on an otherwise clear horizon. It likely will never touch us, but it reminds us that our universe's story, like any story, could have an unpredictable twist. What comfort can we draw from it? Perhaps this: if it's beyond our control and could happen without us ever knowing, since we'd be gone before we registered it, then it's not worth losing sleep over. As one physicist said, it's a cosmic, in case of emergency, stop existing. Dark humour for a dark concept. There's a strange peace in knowing that some things are utterly beyond our influence. We are free to simply not worry about them. And indeed, we don't worry. We acknowledge the possibility and then carry on enjoying the cosmic show for as long as it runs. And what a show it is, full of wonder and terror and beauty. Our thoughts now turn to a profound question. In all this vastness, are we truly alone? The silent stars give no obvious answer. As we drift between galaxies, we cannot help but wonder if somewhere, somewhen, other minds have also gazed at the cosmos with curiosity. The universe is so immense, filled with more stars than there are grains of sand on all Earth's shores, and likely even more planets. It would seem almost inevitable that life has sprouted elsewhere. Perhaps on a planet orbiting one of those distant suns, creatures once looked up and pondered their own night sky. And yet, as far as we can tell, the cosmos is quiet. We have not yet found any clear voice other than our own. This loneliness is its own mystery, one both eerie and wondrous. For decades, humans have been listening for signals, whispers from the stars that might indicate intelligent life. We've built radio telescopes and scanned the sky, hoping to catch the telltale whine or pattern of an artificial transmission. So far, we've heard only static and the natural radio songs of stars and galaxies. No deliberate call from a distant civilization. If others are out there, they have been elusive or silent. It's possible that intelligent life is extraordinarily rare, that among the billions of trillions of planets, very few ever produce beings that build transmitters and attempt to reach across the void. It's also possible that many civilizations rise and fall, blinking into existence and fading out before their signals ever reach us. Space and time are so vast that two intelligent species might simply miss each other by millennia or by millions of light years. We might be like ships passing in a cosmic night on oceans of time so wide that no meeting occurs. Imagine, for a moment, an alien civilization 1 billion years ago in a galaxy on the far side of the universe. They flourish, build cities, perhaps even travel to nearby stars. They send their greetings into the cosmos. But at that time, Earth's own life consisted only of simple, multicellular creatures in the oceans. No humans, no radios to receive their hello. By the time beings on Earth, like us, became capable of listening, that distant civilization's star might have died, or they might have long since perished or changed, leaving only echoes. Their radio signals, if any, have long washed over our region of space, arriving before we were able to notice. Now their words, if they had words, are lost in the noise of the galaxy, stretched and weakened by distance into indecipherable whispers. We arrived late to the cosmic conversation. It's a haunting scenario. The universe might teem with life at various times and places, yet rarely, if ever, do those times and places align for communication or meeting. Civilizations could be like fireflies, lighting up briefly and vanishing in the long night, each one thinking itself alone or finding only silence when it listens for others, because its contemporaries are too far away or long dead. Here we are, perhaps one of the fireflies, blinking our little light and straining to see if any others flicker in the darkness. There is also the possibility that life is common, but intelligent life capable of reaching out is exceedingly rare. Perhaps many worlds have microbes or plant-like organisms or even abundant animal life, but only a few ever evolve creatures that invent technology and ponder the stars. If that's true, we might truly be among the first in our vicinity to develop the means to communicate beyond our planet. The cosmos could be full of simple life that lives and dies under the light of alien suns, never knowing the broader universe around them, like eternal children of their local environments. In that case, the great void between stars is full of life, in one sense, yet the stars still seem quiet, because none of that life is singing in the frequencies we listen to. On the other hand, perhaps advanced civilizations do exist, but they choose not to reveal themselves. Imagine a civilization millions of years more advanced than us, wise enough to know that blaring their existence might be dangerous or simply valuing their solitude. They might observe young species like ours silently, as one might watch animals in a forest without disturbing them. There is a theory often referred to as the dark forest hypothesis, the idea that the universe is like a dark forest at night, and each civilization is a hunter hiding quietly among the trees. In the dark forest, you never reveal your location, because there might be others out there with unknown intentions. Any civilization that carelessly shouts into the void might invite disaster from a predator civilization. So, perhaps everyone stays quiet, listening and watching, but never speaking, out of caution or fear. That thought sends a chill through us. It suggests a universe where loneliness is the price of survival, where each world is an island, cloaked in quiet, surrounded by potential unseen dangers. It also raises a question about what we should do. Humanity has already sent a few tentative messages to the stars, radio beams announcing our presence, and spacecraft bearing plaques and golden records, like messages in bottles cast into a dark sea. If the dark forest idea holds true, perhaps it's fortunate none have answered loudly yet. We face a quiet dilemma. Do we dare call out louder into the night, hoping for a friend? Or do we remain silent and listen, fearful of attracting unfriendly attention? In this view, our loneliness might be a self-imposed safeguard, as well as a prison of isolation. Another unsettling possibility is that life is plentiful, and intelligence arises often enough. But nearly all civilizations inevitably run into some great filter, a barrier that prevents them from lasting long enough to explore or communicate widely. Perhaps every civilization reaches a certain point, technologically or socially, and then tends to self-destruct. Misused technology, nuclear war, engineered pandemics, artificial intelligence run amok. One can list many ways we ourselves could create our own end. Or maybe nature tends to deal cruel blows. Perhaps climate shifts or asteroid impacts often snuff out budding civilizations before or shortly after they become industrial. It could also be that once they have the power, advanced beings may inadvertently trigger something like vacuum decay or unleash self-replicating machines that consume everything, a nightmare often termed grey goo. This great filter might be something behind us. Perhaps the leap to life from chemistry is extremely rare, or the jump from simple life to complex life is seldom crossed, in which case we are very fortunate, or it could be ahead of us, waiting as a challenge we have yet to face. Picture a once great galactic empire. Not necessarily an empire of conquest, but a flourishing civilization spanning many star systems that arose eons ago. Over time, they might have faced an inevitable hurdle. Perhaps they exhausted their resources or encountered a fundamental limit to growth. Perhaps a rogue AI they created rebelled and systematically wiped them out, or sealed them in virtual realities while it went on to some inscrutable purpose. Or maybe, as frightening as it is to consider, perhaps they became aware of something truly dangerous in the universe, like the dark forest predators, and decided to disappear from sight, going completely radio silent, dismantling their detectable infrastructure, effectively becoming invisible and unknowable. If we were to stumble upon the ruins of such a civilization, maybe on some lonely moon or drifting in interstellar space, what would we find? Possibly nothing but dust and wreckage, silent monuments to ambitions and achievements that ultimately failed or were abandoned. The thought of wandering through an alien ruin, the air still and thin, the halls empty and coated in centuries of frost, is both fascinating and sorrowful. One can almost imagine the ghosts of its inhabitants, living out their vibrant lives, completely unaware that in the far future, strangers from a distant star might walk among the remnants of their cities and wonder who they were. Perhaps such ruins exist in our galaxy, but are so far away or so old that we haven't detected them. Or perhaps one day, far in the future, our own creations, the Voyagers, Pioneers, or future probes, will be the only evidence that humanity ever existed, and some other species will find them and puzzle over the long-gone builders. Yet, despite all these possibilities, rare life, hiding life, dead life, we cannot completely lose hope that someone else is out there now. The silence, as profound as it is not proof of absence. It may simply be that we haven't listened long enough or in the right way. The universe is 13.8 billion years old and extremely vast. Our search has spanned mere decades and a tiny corner of one galaxy. One day, a signal might reach us, a gentle whisper from many light years away saying, "Hello," in whatever form an alien language might take. Or perhaps we'll discover a faint, regular pulsing radio beacon around a distant star that is too precise to be natural, indicating some alien technology at work, much as pulsars were once briefly thought to possibly be signals from extraterrestrials until we understood their nature. For now, though, we have only our imaginations and the great quiet of space. This solitude, whether temporary or permanent, focuses our attention back on ourselves. If indeed we are alone or among the very few conscious, tool-making beings, then the responsibility is immense. We carry the flame of awareness and understanding for an entire silent cosmos. It would be up to us to keep it alive, to spread life and mind wherever we can. So the universe is not quiet everywhere. Conversely, if we are not alone, the silence challenges us to find new ways to listen, or perhaps to signal responsibly, to prepare for the possibility that the first voices we hear might not be entirely friendly. In the stillness of our voyage, these thoughts linger. The stars around us remain impassive, twinkling as they have for billions of years, indifferent to our questions. We realize that whether alien minds exist or not, the universe is big enough to feel overwhelmingly empty to each lonely civilization. Loneliness may be the cosmic condition of advanced life, at least until one finds another or devises a way to mitigate the vast distances. Before leaving the subject of cosmic life, we take a moment to consider our own fate as a civilization. If we indeed are destined to wander the stars alone, what challenges await us out there? Unless we discover some new physics or loophole, the journey to even the nearest stars would take enormous amounts of time. Even a ship that could travel at a significant fraction of light speed would subject its crew to strange effects. They might experience a trip of a few years, while decades or centuries pass back home due to time dilation. A crew could return to Earth to find everyone they knew long gone, waking up in a future beyond their own time. For slower journeys, multi-generational ships might be needed, where the original travelers set out knowing that it will be their great-grandchildren, born during the voyage, who actually reach the destination, carrying the hopes of a world they never saw. Those explorers would face dangers, cosmic radiation that slowly damages living tissue, the psychological trial of spending a lifetime in a metal world with the infinite void outside, the ever-present peril of micrometeoroids, tiny bits of space debris piercing the ship. If they found a new world, it might be harsh and unforgiving, requiring centuries of terraforming or genetic adaptation to truly settle. And we might bring our demons with us. Our history of conflict might follow us into space. Colonies might disagree or even war with each other over resources or philosophies. There could be accidents with powerful technologies, an antimatter reactor failure, a misfired weapon causing devastation on a new frontier. We may build helpful machines, like self-replicating robots, to build infrastructure on new worlds before humans arrive. But if those malfunction or evolve beyond their constraints, they could turn into a swarm that consumes resources uncontrollably, a scenario futurists have termed grey goo in the context of nanotechnology. In extending our reach beyond Earth, we carry both our nobility and our folly. Space will not magically cure human nature, rather, it will test it in new ways. Yet despite these hazards, the urge to explore persists. It's part of the same curiosity that made us look up at the sky in the first place, part of the story of life wanting to spread and grow. Our own future in the cosmos will be a delicate balance of courage and caution, innovation and wisdom. We must navigate the very real perils of space travel and colonization. Perhaps the great filter that silenced others will threaten us too, but forewarned by the silence we hear, maybe we can overcome it. We continue onward now, carrying both the yearning for company and the acceptance of possible solitude. As we drift on, another line of thought emerges. If the universe is so quiet and so indifferent, could it be that reality is not exactly what it seems? Could it be that all these stars and galaxies, all these distances and dangers, are part of some deeper design or construct? Our journey takes a contemplative turn inward, into the realm of fundamental reality, as we consider the idea that the entire cosmic expanse might be something like an illusion or a grand cosmic dream. In other words, that we might be living in a kind of simulation. We cast our minds to this philosophical plane. Up to now, we've taken the cosmos at face value, a vast expanse of stars, galaxies, and physical laws that simply exist. But what if, in some subtle way, everything we perceive is not the ultimate reality? It sounds like science fiction, the stuff of futuristic novels and films. But some scientists and philosophers have seriously pondered that our universe might be akin to a simulation, a grand experiment, or a cosmic program running on some unimaginable medium. As our technology advances, we ourselves have begun to create rudimentary simulations, virtual worlds in computers, populated with simplistic life or characters, obeying rules we set. They are tiny and crude compared to our reality, of course. But it raises the question, if we can do that in a limited fashion, what could an infinitely more advanced civilization do? Could they simulate a universe, complete with galaxies, stars, and thinking beings unaware of their artificial nature? If consciousness can arise from a pattern of information, as it does in our brains, which are essentially biological computers, then in theory, a powerful enough computer could run a program so complex that the simulated beings in it feel alive, feel conscious, have experiences, not knowing they are in a simulation. The simulation hypothesis, as this idea is known, suggests that what we call reality might be the output of some underlying computation or code. Every particle, every force, every law of physics would then be part of the programming. We would be like characters in an unimaginably sophisticated video game, or like figures in a dream. Except the dream is the only reality we know. The true reality would lie outside our universe, in whatever space or dimension contains the computer or mind running the simulation. If this were true, how would we ever know? A good simulation wouldn't advertise itself. Just as the characters in a perfectly crafted dream cannot easily realize they're dreaming, we might find it nearly impossible to detect any glitches in the matrix if the simulation is consistent and complete. Some thinkers have tried to imagine clues. Perhaps there are fundamental limits to reality, like the discrete pixels on a screen. Maybe the Planck length, the smallest meaningful scale of space, about 1e35 meters, is like the resolution of our simulation, the smallest unit of the grid. Or the maximum speed of light could be a kind of speed limit built into the code. These are playful analogies. Mainstream physics has other explanations for these things that don't involve simulation. But the point is, any evidence of being in a simulation could be subtle and might always be explainable by normal physics as well. Some thinkers have even formulated a provocative argument. If civilizations can create many simulations of universes for research, entertainment, etc., then simulated universes would far outnumber the one base reality. Therefore, statistically, it would be more likely that we are in a simulation, one of the many, rather than in the single real universe. In other words, unless a civilization never runs simulations, or such simulations are impossible, we ourselves are probably simulated. It's a dizzying piece of logic, essentially saying that if simulations can exist, we should almost assume we're in one. It remains philosophical, as we have no empirical evidence for it. But it's intriguing that serious minds engage with this reasoning. What would it mean for us if indeed we are part of some grand simulation? The implications can be both humbling and oddly empowering. On one hand, it would mean that there is a creator or programmer of sorts. Not necessarily a deity in a spiritual sense, but some intelligence in the outside reality that set up this universe, perhaps with certain goals, or perhaps just curiously. On the other hand, that creator might not be aware of us as individuals at all. Just as a programmer running a complex simulation might care about the overall outcomes and patterns rather than the fate of each virtual creature inside. Perhaps our universe is a science experiment or an art project to its architects. One can't help but wonder, if we are simulated, could the creators ever make themselves known to us, or could we ever communicate with them? It might be as impossible as characters in a novel trying to talk to the author. Charming to imagine, but fundamentally barred by the nature of existence. There's a strange sort of comfort in the simulation idea. If our universe were an artificial construct, in some sense it is being taken care of by its creators. If it were ever going to end abruptly, maybe they could restart it or have backups. These are whimsical thoughts. Some have mused that perhaps death might even be a transfer, that our consciousness might be data that could be stored or moved if the simulation has such features. Of course, this is highly speculative and steps beyond what the hypothesis strictly proposes. Yet it shows how the mind leaps. If we are in a simulation, are we then immortal in some way? Probably not in any way meaningful to us. If our program is terminated, that's the end of our story. But the possibility opens up the wildest of dreams and nightmares, maybe déjà vu, or ghostly sightings or glitches, or debug messages. Maybe someone, somewhere outside, could tweak a parameter and miracles, from our perspective, would occur. Recursively, if we are in a simulation, what about the worlds we simulate? It's conceivable that a simulated civilization, like us, if we are such, could itself create simulations as their technology advanced. There could then be layers upon layers of simulated realities, simulations within simulations, like an infinite hall of mirrors. In such a chain, the idea of an original reality becomes tangled. Our universe could be nested several layers down. It's mind-boggling to consider. If that were true, what lies at the top? Perhaps an original universe that is real in a physical sense with no higher reality above it. Or perhaps the chain is cyclical or endless. We cannot know. One might ask, why would anyone create a simulated universe as detailed as ours? The reasons could be as varied as human motivations. Maybe it's for research, to see how physics might play out under certain conditions, or to watch how life evolves. Maybe it's for entertainment, a cosmic scale virtual reality game or narrative. Perhaps it's an art project, or a school experiment, or a quest to answer philosophical questions about creation. A universe creating universes to see how it feels to be a creator. These speculations border on the whimsical. There's also the darker possibility. Perhaps it's punishment or a zoo or a laboratory in a more sinister sense. But if the simulation is as consistent and neutral as it appears, there's no particular reason to assume malevolence. If anything, it seems indifferent, which, ironically, is similar to how the natural universe feels. Ultimately, whether or not we're in a simulation might not change how we should live. From our perspective, the universe is real. We feel love, wonder, pain, curiosity. Those are real to us, experiences that matter. Meaning is meaning, even if it's occurring inside a grand computer or within the mind of a sleeping superbeing. Perhaps the value of our lives isn't diminished by the nature of the substrate they run on. We still have to make choices, care for each other, and find joy in the cosmos we have. Perhaps, if anything, the simulation hypothesis simply adds another layer of mystery that can make us appreciate things anew, like seeing the world as possibly not the final story, which can be either disorienting or freeing. We think about possible glitches or hints. Are there any phenomena that make more sense as bugs in reality's code rather than natural events? Not really, at least none that are widely accepted. Sure, people throughout history have reported strange occurrences, but none conclusively point to the code is broken here. Quantum mechanics has its weirdness, particles appearing to choose states only when observed, randomness fundamental to processes. But that can be just how nature is, rather than evidence of code running underneath. Perhaps the fact that mathematics describes the universe so well could be seen as an indication that it's all mathematics at its core, like a programmed simulation. But again, that's how a physicist would expect a natural universe to behave too. Unless someday a message from the programmer pops up in the sky, or we find an irreparable contradiction in physical law that screams, "This is artificial," we might never have evidence of simulation. It could forever remain a philosophical musing. Yet, it's remarkable and a bit disturbing to even contemplate. It forces a confrontation with the idea that reality might have layers, and that the ultimate truth might be forever outside our reach, akin to a fish trying to understand the concept of dry land. For now, real or simulated, the universe around us behaves exactly as one would expect if it were real. The stars and galaxies are there. The laws of nature operate uniformly. We have to live our lives within this framework. The simulation hypothesis becomes, in a way, another cosmic perspective that can inspire awe. If true, it means our reality is artifice, which is almost a spiritual concept, reminiscent of certain religious ideas, like the world as a dream of a deity or a veil of illusion. If false, then at least by exploring it we gain a broader view of what existence could be. With these thoughts filed away as interesting possibilities, we gently step back from the brink of abstraction. Whether our universe is base reality or some high-fidelity simulation, it doesn't change the fact that we exist within it and have mysteries aplenty to explore. One of those mysteries lies not in the external world, but in the internal, the phenomenon of consciousness itself, and the possibility that perhaps the cosmos and consciousness are more intertwined than we know. Drifting further along our voyage, we turn our curiosity to the unseen dimensions and realms that might coexist with our own, and to the nature of consciousness that experiences it all. Our senses perceive only 3 dimensions of space and 1 of time, but physics doesn't rule out additional dimensions that we simply don't notice in daily life. There are speculative theories with extraspatial dimensions curled up at microscopic scales, and others that imagine parallel universes existing alongside ours. Could there be forms of life or being that inhabit those hidden dimensions or alternate realities? Entities that, like ghosts in our machine, elude our detection because they are fundamentally beyond our perception. Consider dimensions beyond the 3 we know. To help imagine, scientists often use an analogy. Think of a 2-dimensional being living on a flat sheet of paper, a flatlander. That being knows only forward, backward, and left, right. The concept of up, the 3rd dimension we know, is beyond its experience. Now, if a 3-dimensional creature, say a bird, were to interact with the flatlander's world, it could do things that seem impossible from the 2D perspective. The bird could lift off the paper, disappear from the Flatlander's plane, then reappear elsewhere, effectively teleporting in the Flatlander's view. It could see inside closed shapes on the paper by looking from above, a direction the Flatlander can't conceive. In short, the 3D being would seem godlike in power to the 2D being, able to violate what the Flatlander thinks are inviolable rules. Now apply that to us. We are 3D beings with time making a 4D space-time. If there were a fourth spatial dimension and some entities could move in it, to us they could appear, disappear, move through walls, see inside objects. All sorts of magical feats by simply moving in ways we cannot. Such higher dimensional life, if it exists, would indeed be fundamentally strange to us. We might have encountered it in some form and not even recognized it as life or consciousness. Perhaps some of the bizarre phenomena people report, things that seem to defy physical explanation, could be instances of higher dimensional events brushing our 3D world, though that remains pure speculation. And what of the dimension of time? We know we experience time as a one-way flow. We're always moving forward into the future, never backward. But time is often thought of as another dimension in physics. We just can't freely move in it. Imagine a being not bound by time's flow, one that could see our past, present and future all at once from a higher vantage. To such an entity, our life might appear like a completed book. It could in principle flip to any page, any moment, and know exactly what happens. To us, it would seem prophetic or all-knowing, foreseeing events that to us haven't happened yet. We, stuck on the timeline, might appear extremely limited to such a being, like characters in a story unable to see beyond the current paragraph. It's hard to say if any form of life could exist outside of time as we know it. But physics allows the thought in theories like block universe concept, where past, present, future all coexist in a 4D structure. If consciousness could somehow ride that landscape in a non-linear way, it would experience reality utterly differently than we do. Beyond extra dimensions, consider parallel realities, the notion that there could be other universes with different physical constants or histories. In some models, like the idea of eternal inflation, our universe might be one bubble among countless others, each a separate expanding cosmos with possibly different attributes. We are forever out of contact with those other universes, if they exist, because space between us and them is expanding faster, or they're simply not connected to our space-time. But some speculative ideas suggest maybe rare events like quantum tunneling or particular cosmological phenomena might allow a bridge or an influence between universes. If some form of life could traverse such a gap, or if there were beings who natively exist in a higher dimensional space that connects many universes, they would be truly alien, not just from another world, but from another reality altogether. Even within our own universe, perhaps there are realms we rarely consider as havens for life or mind. For instance, could there be life composed not of molecules like us, but of something like electromagnetic fields or plasma? Some scientists have speculated about exotic life forms, creatures made of star matter, living in the atmospheres of gas giants or in the hearts of stars, existing as complex patterns of plasma currents. Others have imagined life that could be based on dark matter, an entire shadow ecosystem intertwined with ours, but rarely interacting. These ideas are extremely speculative, and there's no evidence for them, but they broaden our perspective. We define life by what we know on Earth, but the universe might permit forms we would hardly recognize as life at first glance. If there are indeed pan-dimensional or non-corporeal beings around, it adds an eerie new layer to the cosmic silence. Perhaps we hear nothing because we don't have the right senses. We're essentially deaf and blind to whatever communication they might have. If an entire civilization existed in, say, the form of modulations in dark matter or vibrations in extra dimensions, we'd currently have no way to detect their presence. To them, we might be as unaware and irrelevant as, say, ants are to our internet, coexisting in space but with zero mutual comprehension. These thoughts converge on mystical. Interestingly, human culture has long pondered unseen worlds and beings, from spirits and ghosts to gods residing in an invisible realm. It's fascinating that modern physics, when stretched to its speculative edges, circles back to scenarios that have a flavour of those ancient ideas, not in the literal sense of spirits and deities, but in suggesting layers of reality beyond the obvious, hidden dimensions and unseen forces shaping things. The difference is that now these ideas stem from trying to solve equations or unify forces rather than from hopes or fears. But even scientists, when confronted with the possibility of multiple dimensions or universes, feel a kind of awe, not unlike that evoked by spiritual contemplation of the heavens. As of now, we have no concrete evidence of higher dimensional visitors or parallel universe aliens. If they exist, they've left no unambiguous calling cards. Some might joke that UFOs or paranormal occurrences are glimpses of such beings. But extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof, and we lack that. So these ideas remain in the realm of speculation, interesting, challenging us to broaden our sense of what might be out there. We imagine for a moment, if a higher dimensional being were here with us, what would we feel? Perhaps nothing at all. Or maybe an inexplicable sense of presence. If one were benevolent and curious, maybe it would observe quietly, occasionally plucking someone out of a perilous situation like an angel, or rearranging something subtly, and we'd just consider it coincidence or luck. If malevolent or indifferent, it could toy with us or ignore us entirely. Thankfully, we have no reason to assume such entities exist or interfere. The universe behaves exactly as it should under known physics, by and large. Still, acknowledging even the possibility of such layers of existence is humbling. It reminds us that our picture of reality, no matter how detailed, might only be a cross-section of a more complex truth. There's always a beyond what we can see, beyond what we can even conceive at the moment. As we float in the dark, we let the notion wash over us that space could have hidden corridors and secret rooms full of unseen travellers. The feeling is both eerie and enchanting. It gives the sense that mystery is truly infinite. We are explorers, not just of the visible universe, but perhaps also of ideas and concepts that lead into the invisible. We stand, as it were, at the threshold of an infinite library of reality, aware that we've perhaps only read one book, and that countless others, some understandable, some perhaps forever beyond our grasp, line the shelves stretching out into the unknown. With that humility instilled, we turn our thoughts back to something closer to home and yet deeply profound, the mystery of consciousness itself, and whether the universe and consciousness are interwoven in ways we don't yet fully understand. Consciousness, the simple fact that we experience, that there is a mind, observing and feeling, is our constant companion and yet one of the greatest enigmas. Here we are, collections of atoms assembled over billions of years by evolution. And somehow those atoms, when arranged as a human brain, become aware. They can ponder themselves and the universe. The same fundamental particles that drift in nebulae and shine in stars have combined into structures that question their own origins. In a very real sense, the universe has awakened within us. It looks at itself through our eyes and contemplates its existence through our minds. Out in the silent void, this realization feels almost sacred. We, who are so small, carry inside us a spark of understanding, the cosmos's understanding of itself. For a long time, many assumed consciousness was solely a byproduct of brains, an emergent property when neurons reach a certain complexity. That might well be true. Certainly, we see that complexity of neural connections roughly correlates with the richness of experience an organism seems to have. But some have suggested a more radical idea, that consciousness might be a fundamental aspect of reality, not an accidental byproduct, but a feature woven into the very fabric of what exists. This is a viewpoint sometimes called panpsychism, the notion that perhaps consciousness, or at least a primitive form of experience, is present to some degree, even in simple systems. And as matter becomes more organized, like in a brain, the light of consciousness grows brighter. It's a controversial idea. After all, a rock or an electron doesn't seem conscious by any stretch in the way we think of the term. But consider that consciousness is something we only directly know in ourselves. We assume, for good reason, it exists in others by analogy. We don't truly know what, say, a cat experiences subjectively, let alone an ant, or a bacterium, or a hypothetical conscious AI, or alien, or indeed, a clump of atoms. Panpsychism suggests that the difference is one of degree. Maybe an electron has an unimaginably tiny flicker of experience, some intrinsic way it feels to be an electron, and a rock has a faint, unified experience, perhaps the amalgam of its particles' experiences, and so on, scaling up, so that by the time you have a human brain with its billions of interactive neurons, you get the full blazing flame of self-aware mind. To be clear, this isn't a scientific theory that has evidence. It's more a philosophical perspective, attempting to bridge the gap between mind and matter by saying mind is an inherent property of matter. Poetic or not, this idea blurs the line between the universe and the self. It implies that the universe isn't divided into dead stuff and live consciousness as completely as we thought. Rather, everything might be at least a little bit alive, or at least aware in some exceedingly rudimentary way. Under this view, when the atoms in your brain came together, it wasn't that consciousness magically appeared out of nowhere, but that the atoms already had the potential for experience, and by organizing together, they formed a higher level experience. You. We don't know if that's true. It might just be that consciousness emerges from complexity and is absent at simpler levels. But either way, the result is the same. We are conscious beings, and thus a part of the universe has become conscious, which leads to a remarkable thought articulated by many thinkers. We, and any other thinking creatures, are a way for the cosmos to know itself. Before life, the universe just was. Magnificent, yes, but there was no one to marvel at it or to give it meaning. Now, through our eyes, the universe has found a way to reflect on its own immensity and beauty. The atoms that were forged in long-dead stars coalesced into beings that can wonder about the stars. It is an almost poetic symmetry. The universe creates creatures that can hold the universe in their minds as an image, a concept, a feeling of awe. Consider the possibility that as intelligent life spreads and connects, the network of consciousness could grow. Maybe in the far future, if we survive our growing pains and explore the galaxy, there could be a web of communication linking minds on many worlds. In time, this could function almost like a collective consciousness, not literally merging minds, but sharing knowledge and awareness on a grand scale. The internet today is a primitive foreshadowing. Billions of humans interconnected, albeit still as individuals, but exchanging information rapidly. One can envision, in a speculative distant future, even tighter integration or understanding among minds, perhaps aided by technology or simply by long collaboration, forming what might be poetically termed a galactic mind. If such a thing ever came to be, the universe in that era would buzz with life and thought. It wouldn't be silent at all. The silence is a property of our current sparsely inhabited universe. If one day life is everywhere and communicating, the cosmos would, in effect, be self-aware on a grand scale, each star system a neuron in a brain spanning the galaxy. Again, this sounds fantastical, but on the timescales we've been contemplating, who is to say what life, if it endures, might achieve? On a more personal level, we can ask, is consciousness necessary for the universe to exist as it does? There's a peculiar interplay in quantum physics, where the act of observation, or measurement, affects the outcome of certain processes. Some interpretations even suggest that a conscious observer is needed to collapse the wave function and bring about a definite outcome. This has led to musings that consciousness and the physical world are entangled at a fundamental level, that the universe might require observers to manifest its full reality. John Wheeler, a famous physicist, coined participatory anthropic principle, the idea that observers are necessary ingredients in the universe, that we are participators in the unfolding of reality. While this shouldn't be taken to mean nothing exists until a human looks at it, the universe did fine for billions of years with no people around. It does hint that perhaps the existence of consciousness was woven into the physics of the cosmos from the start, that the universe intended, in a manner of speaking, to give birth to observers. At the very least, we can say, consciousness is as natural a part of the universe as planets and stars. It emerged from the workings of the universe, so it must obey and ultimately be explained by the same physical laws, even if our understanding of those laws isn't yet complete enough to do so. We are not ghosts in machines. We are the universe, in one of its more astonishing modes of operation. We're its thinking, feeling part. Zooming out in our minds, we see again the cosmic web of galaxies. We note something curious. In images of the large-scale structure of the universe and images of neural networks in a brain, the patterns can look oddly similar. A network of nodes connected by filaments. It could be just a coincidence, a result of similar mathematics governing connectivity in complex systems. But it is evocative. It makes one wonder if the universe has, in some analogical sense, a structure that could host something like a mind. That's a big stretch. Galaxies aren't exchanging signals the way neurons do, at least not on timescales meaningful for thought. Still, it's a beautiful symmetry to ponder. As above, so below, the macrocosm reflecting the microcosm. Even if the universe at large isn't conscious, the fact remains. Parts of it, namely living beings, definitely are. Thus, consciousness is a property the universe has, in the same category as the universe has hydrogen, or the universe has gravitational waves. We can say the universe has consciousness in some regions inside brains. In that sense, The universe is not entirely dead or unfeeling. Through us, and perhaps other beings, it feels joy and sorrow, it dreams and wonders. When we compose music, it's a piece of the universe composing. When we fall in love, it's a piece of the universe that loves. When we ask, why is there something rather than nothing? Are we alone? That is the universe asking itself those very questions. In the stillness around us, afloat between stars, this realization sinks in deeply. We place a hand on our chest. In imagination, for physically, we might be weightless and not feel a heartbeat the same way. We sense that gentle thump of our heart. That rhythm is powered by energy that ultimately came from sunlight, which came from the fusion in the sun's core, which used fuel made from the debris of ancient stars. The chain of events spanning billions of years and trillions of miles has led to this heartbeat right now. We are linked to far corners of time and space through it. The iron in our blood was forged in a supernova explosion that lit the skies of the early solar system. The calcium in our bones was brewed in some star's core long ago. We are literally stardust, as the saying goes, the universe not only observing itself, but being itself in human form. Our journey through the disturbing truths and speculative ideas has brought us a new appreciation. Despite all the darkness and uncertainty we've witnessed, stars dying, space expanding, the prospect of cosmic apocalypse or eternal isolation, we end this segment of the voyage with a gentle sense of meaning. Meaning is not handed down by the cosmos. It is created by conscious minds like ours. We realize that even if the universe is indifferent on one level, we, as conscious parts of it, are not indifferent. We care, we strive, we find beauty in it. In doing so, we give the universe a kind of meaning, at least locally, at least for a brief moment. As we gently conclude this part of our odyssey, we return to the image of ourselves floating in the cosmic ocean. The stars around us burn silently. The faint band of the Milky Way forms a hazy river of light across the sky. We feel the profound calm of this cosmic night. Our mind is filled with the echoes of all these thoughts, some unsettling, some enlightening, all grand in scale. There is no rush to resolve them. They can simply exist within us, like stars shining in our own inner sky. We take a slow, deep breath. In our imagination, since out here, one must carry their own air, and let a sense of peace wash over us. The universe remains vast and full of mystery, but in this still moment, mystery is welcome. It means there is so much more to explore, so many chapters of the story yet to unfold. We don't have to understand everything now. We likely never will. We can simply appreciate the wonder of it. For now, we allow ourselves to just float and be one small conscious spark amid the dark and brilliant tapestry. The quiet is soothing, not scary. We feel connected to all that is and all that could be, simply by existing here and now. Our journey is not over. There are countless wonders and truths still waiting in the wings of the cosmic theatre. But we will let some time pass. Let these ideas settle, like dust gently drifting in a beam of starlight. The road ahead can wait until we are ready to venture on again. In the meantime, in this pause, we find rest in the cradle of the galaxy. The disturbing truths we've faced do not weigh us down. Instead, they float alongside us, pieces of a grand puzzle we're assembling bit by bit. We close our eyes for a moment, or perhaps we keep them open, gazing at the eternal night, and simply listen to the silence. It is the kind of silence that isn't empty at all. It's filled with meaning, with potential, with the soft hum of distant galaxies and the beating of our own hopeful heart. As we end this part of our cosmic voyage, we linger in a gentle reverie. The stars twinkle, ancient, patient. The universe holds its breath with us. In this shared quiet, we sense a presence, not of aliens or higher beings, but the presence of understanding slowly dawning, like the first hint of sunrise after a long night. We will continue our exploration when the time is right. Until then, we remain suspended in wonder, at peace in the darkness, awaiting the next whisper from the stars. In the quiet darkness, our mind drifts, just as our body seems to drift through space. Thoughts fade in and out like gentle tides. The stars above form a glittering canopy, offering no answers outright, but inviting us to repose under their ancient light. We feel remarkably small, but oddly, that is comforting. Our personal cares shrink in proportion, and only the calm of this cosmic night remains. We might even doze here, letting the mysteries we've contemplated lull us into a state of deep peace. If one could sleep in space, this would be the perfect place, cradled by infinity, with the soft glow of galaxies as a nightlight. For now, we won't chase any more questions. We simply float, resting in the knowledge that when we awaken, in mind or in body, the universe will still be here, patiently waiting to share more of its secrets. The journey will continue, but for the moment, we embrace the stillness and the wonder, content to let the stars keep their silent watch as we drift into a cosmic slumber and ready for review. And yet, even as the silent cosmos holds its secrets in the deep darkness, traces of memory flicker through time and space. Some of these memories live on in the oldest stories we have told, whispered from generation to generation under the canopy of stars. In the quiet hours of ancient nights, our ancestors looked up and felt the vast unknown above, weaving cosmic truths into myth and mystery. They sensed patterns in the heavens, wandering lights that returned each year, meteors that scorched the sky, eclipses that turned day into twilight. Without telescopes or equations, they reached for meaning in the movements of the sky, and the universe answered them in dreams and symbols. In those early stories, the cosmos was alive with gods and spirits. Each star, a distant fire carried by a divine hand. Each planet, a wandering deity with its own temperament. The ancients traced pictures in the constellations, seeing heroes, beasts, and lovers immortalized in the firmament. By naming these shapes and telling their tales, they gave the night sky a familiar face, a tapestry of mythic cosmology that made the infinite feel intimate. The Milky Way became the milk of a great goddess, or the path of souls. The sunrise was a daily rebirth of the sun god journeying through an underworld of darkness. In Egypt, it was the sky goddess Nut, arching overhead, and the Milky Way, her heavenly body. In Norse myth, the sparks of Muspelheim became stars set in the skull of the giant Ymir. Each culture conceived cosmic origins in its own way, forging connections between the sky above and life below. These myths were a kind of cosmic memory, a way for fragile human minds to remember our place in a universe that might otherwise seem cold and indifferent. Yet within these comforting tales lurked deeper mysteries. Some of the ancient myths hint at truths that modern science would only uncover millennia later. There were whispers of an endless cycle of time, of worlds that preceded our own, of sky beings who taught humanity arts and sciences. In many cultures, tales of a great flood or a fire from the sky mirror the catastrophic events Earth has indeed experienced, impacts and upheavals written in geology, but prefigured in story. Could it be that our myths preserve not just imagination, but echoes of events witnessed and feared long ago? Or perhaps even knowledge passed down from some lost chapter of human history? Among these myths are tantalizing threads of the ancient astronaut theories. The idea that maybe, just maybe, we were not alone even in our distant past. Imagine a time thousands of years ago, on a clear night, far from any city, a group of people gather around a fire, pointing upward. They watch as an unusual star moves against the fixed backdrop of constellations, bright and purposeful. Perhaps this star was a craft from elsewhere, and its occupants, strange visitors from another world, stepped out to meet our ancestors. For a moment, fear and wonder would have surged through the gathering. The strangers, perhaps human-like in shape, but clad in shimmering attire, might have raised a hand in greeting. The elders, trembling yet curious, could have approached, offering simple gifts or prayers. In return, one of the visitors maybe pointed to the stars or traced a diagram in the dirt, imparting a bit of knowledge, how to heal an ailment, or a hint of farming techniques, or an explanation of the celestial patterns. When these visitors finally ascended back into their sky-borne chariot and vanished among the stars, the people were left in awe. Back in their village, they recounted the event around their fires, describing the visitors as gods or celestial messengers. For what else could they be? The memory of such a meeting, unable to be explained in ordinary terms, could only survive in the language of myth and religion. The legend would be passed down through generations, embellished into sacred tales. Whether or not such encounters truly happened, the stories endure. There are legends of sky people coming down to Earth, teaching agriculture or architecture, then returning to the stars. Monuments like pyramids and stone circles are aligned with uncanny precision to celestial events, as if built with guidance from those who understood the cosmos in ways our ancestors did not. Consider the Great Pyramid, aligned almost perfectly with true north, or ancient temples that mark solstices and equinoxes with beams of sunlight. These could be testament to an advanced knowledge of the stars. Some ask, did this knowledge come solely from patient human observation, or were there whispers from an older, extraterrestrial intelligence guiding us? Under the slow wheeling of the night sky, it's easy to imagine our ancestors receiving cosmic visitors and commemorating them in their art and architecture. Even today, when we stand before these ancient structures, we feel a resonance, a sense that they connect earth to sky, past to future. The mythic cosmology of our forebears speaks to something deep within us, a recollection that the cosmos has always been part of our story, and perhaps we have always yearned to be part of the cosmos. The figures of ancient gods and cosmic beings may well be archetypes, universal symbols etched into our collective psyche. They comforted and guided early humans, but they also point upward, urging us to look beyond our small world. Beneath the poetic imagery Some ancient thinkers and mystics pursued more esoteric truths. In mystery schools and hidden teachings, the cosmos was not just a place, but a state of mind, a reflection of a divine order. Gnostic and esoteric traditions whispered that the material world, including the starry sky above, is but a veil, an illusion crafted by lesser gods or cosmic architects. To them, the true reality was something spiritual and boundless beyond the stars, and our souls were travelers from that infinite realm, temporarily dreaming this life beneath the dome of heaven. When those mystics gazed at the night, they saw not just physical lights, but clues to a deeper structure. Perhaps each planet was governed by a spiritual being, each star a portal of sorts, and beyond the outermost sphere lay the great unknown, the pleroma, a fullness of divine light. To their inner ear, the universe was not silent at all, but filled with the music of the spheres, a sublime harmony produced by the movements of the heavens, a cosmic hymn one might perceive with the soul rather than the ears. Imagine the mindset of a hermit philosopher thousands of years ago, sitting under a desert sky. As the Milky Way spills across the sky like luminous sand, he contemplates that maybe everything around him is a grand illusion. The real universe, he thinks, might be an endless mind, and these stars are just thoughts in that mind. In his reverie, each star might be a glowing neuron in the brain of the cosmos, each constellation a thought or idea shimmering in the sky. Strangely, though he knows nothing of modern science, his intuition isn't far off. We now know that galaxies themselves form an immense cosmic web, a pattern of filaments and nodes that eerily mirrors the networks of neurons in a brain. It's as if the universe has sketched a self-portrait in its structure, hinting that mind and cosmos could share a common blueprint. To him, space could be a kind of dream, and waking up means transcending the physical cosmos. These ancient and mystical interpretations of space reveal something profound about the human condition. We have always grappled with the enormity of the universe using the tools of story, symbol, and speculation. We turned the unknowable into gods and myths, or into philosophical principles and hidden knowledge. By doing so, we found a way to live with the mystery, to even find comfort in it, because the pure truth, that we are tiny specks in a vast, perhaps impersonal cosmos, can be overwhelming. And so our ancestors gave the abyss a face and a name, hoping to make friends with the darkness. But even as the myths soothed our fears, the actual cosmos remained what it is, unfathomably large, ancient, and not necessarily benevolent or malevolent, simply indifferent in its scale. There is both beauty and terror in that indifference. As we move beyond the stories of old, peering with modern eyes and instruments into the cosmic expanse, we encounter a reality that can be more unsettling than any myth. The truth can be a quiet thunder, a realization at the edge of sleep, that out there, beyond the warmth of our hearths and the glow of our cities, lies a darkness so complete and distances so vast that they defy our comprehension. It is here that a subtle form of cosmic horror seeps in. Not the horror of monsters or ghosts, but a soft, existential dread woven into the fabric of the universe itself. Picture yourself standing on a lonely hill under a moonless sky. The stars above are countless, and as your eyes adjust, more and more appear, a dizzying multitude. The Milky Way reveals itself as a pale river of starlight overhead, a shimmering band formed by the light of uncountable distant suns. Dark nebulae wind through it, like shadows cast across a soft glow. For a moment, you lose all sense of up or down. It's as though you could fall into that starry abyss and never touch a bottom. The weight of the infinite presses on your mind gently, like deep water on a diver. In that moment, you feel how small you truly are, how the cosmos might not even notice if you or humanity existed at all. This is the quiet horror of space, not an active malice, but the sheer scale and indifference of it all. This feeling has haunted thinkers and dreamers for centuries. In the 20th century, writers of cosmic horror fiction put words to it, speaking of mankind's irrelevance in the face of uncaring stars and ancient forces. But long before that, anyone who truly confronted the night sky without the buffer of myth must have felt a touch of that same dread. It is the dark twin of wonder. We gaze up in awe, but intertwined with awe is a fear of the abyss, gazing back at us, blank and empty. Yet strangely, there is also a serenity in accepting this vast emptiness. The cosmic horror is subtle, a background hum behind the beauty of a nebula or the elegance of a galaxy. It reminds us that the universe is not made for us. It simply is. And in that realization, after the shiver passes, one can find a peculiar peace. We don't have to bear the weight of the cosmos on our shoulders. We are freed to simply be, to simply witness this grand play of light and darkness, time and space, without assuming it revolves around us. The void, frightening as it is also a clean slate, a canvas on which our imagination can paint anything. So we continue our journey through this cosmic meditation, delving deeper now into truths that are as disquieting as they are profound. Let us gently leave behind the comfort of ancient stories and the soft, fearful awe of the infinite, and step further into the reality revealed by science, a reality both astonishing and unsettling. As we probe the cosmos with science, we have found that the universe hides much of itself from our direct view. It turns out that the stars, planets, and glowing gas we see are only a tiny fraction of what's out there. The rest is something dark and mysterious. Galaxies rotate in a way that suggests they are held together by far more mass than we can observe, an invisible halo of dark matter that neither emits nor absorbs light. We only know it's there because of its gravitational pull. Without this dark matter, galaxies would fly apart or never have formed the way they did. In addition, the expansion of the universe is speeding up, driven by an enigmatic force dubbed dark energy. This dark energy, permeating all of space, is pushing galaxies away from each other at accelerating rates. If this acceleration continues unchecked, then in the far future, galaxies outside our local group will rush away faster than their light can reach us. One by one, their lights will wink out of view, not because they've died, but because space itself carries them beyond the horizon of visibility. Far future astronomers, if any can exist at such a late epoch, might look out and see only the darkness of their own cosmic neighborhood, with no hint of the great Big Bang or the myriad galaxies that once filled the heavens. The universe would appear to them as a nearly empty, silent expanse, with only faint traces of what came before. This scenario underscores how transient and precious our current cosmic vista is. Together, dark matter and dark energy account for roughly 95% of the cosmos, leaving the familiar matter, like the atoms in our bodies, in the earth, in the stars, as a mere cosmic afterthought. This realization is profound and a bit disconcerting. We evolved to perceive and understand a world that is actually a small sliver of reality. We gaze out, and most of the universe is essentially invisible, its nature unknown. It's as if we are in a vast mansion in which almost every room is shrouded in darkness. We catch glimpses of shapes and hear faint creaks on the floorboards, but we cannot see what resides there. That the cosmos is built mostly from obscure ingredients reminds us how much there is left to discover, and how what we consider everything is only a tiny island in a great ocean. It humbles us further. Not only are we small in space and time, but even the substance we are made of is rare on a cosmic scale. Even on the grandest scale we can observe, we detect hints of unseen titans. Our Milky Way and its neighbouring galaxies are being pulled toward a mysterious region called the Great Attractor, an immense gravity source, largely hidden behind nearer clusters. We can barely fathom what it is. Perhaps a colossal cluster of galaxies, or something else entirely. Clues like this remind us that even where our telescopes see nothing, there may be something enormous lurking in the dark. Yet there is a strange comfort in knowing of these mysteries too. The unknown nature of dark matter and dark energy means the story isn't over. There are layers of reality still hidden, perhaps one day to be understood. It adds to the poetry of existence. We literally come from stardust, but those stars are cradled in halos of an unseen presence, and all float in an expanding space, driven by an unseen energy. The universe has its secrets, and we walk among mysteries every day without realizing it. In accepting that, we embrace the cosmos as it is, not just as it appears, and prepare ourselves to learn even more astonishing truths. One such mystery that captured human imagination long before we could confirm it is the phenomenon of the black hole. Before we contemplate the end of everything, let's pause at one of the universe's most enigmatic waypoints, the black hole. If the night sky's vastness inspires quiet awe, a black hole embodies a more intimate mystery, a localized abyss in the fabric of space-time. Black holes are born from stars, but they are nothing like the stars that birthed them. Take a star many times more massive than our sun. For millions of years it burns brightly, fusing elements and shining its light across space. But eventually, it exhausts its fuel. In its final throes, the star's core collapses inward, under its own immense weight, crunching atoms and even subatomic particles into an ever denser state. If the core is heavy enough, nothing can stop the collapse. The result is a black hole, an object so dense and with gravity so intense that not even light, the fastest thing in the universe, can escape its grasp. Picture a black hole as a dark sphere or pit where the normal rules of nature seem to falter. It has an event horizon, a boundary marking the point of no return. If you cross that boundary, there is no coming back. You would have to travel faster than light to escape, and that is impossible according to physics, as we know it. Outside the event horizon, the black hole's gravity still influences the surroundings. Stars orbit, light bends around it, but nothing that crosses inside can communicate out again. What would it be like to approach one of these cosmic abysses? Imagine drifting in a spaceship toward a black hole, carefully, at a safe distance. At first you might not see much. Black holes emit no light of their own. You'd detect it indirectly, perhaps by the frantic motion of nearby stars whipping around an invisible center, or by a disk of superheated gas spiraling into an unseen maw, shining bright in X-rays as it plummets inward. As you get closer, the stars behind the black hole, begin to distort. Gravity bends their light around the hole, creating a surreal visual effect. A halo or ring of light called an Einstein ring might appear, as if the black hole is wearing a luminous crown stolen from the stars it devours. The blackness in the center of that ring is the shadow of the black hole, the region from which no light escapes. Now, say you dared venture nearer. The pull strengthens dramatically. If the black hole is of stellar mass, only a few times the sun's mass, your ship would experience a growing difference in gravity between its front and back, a tidal force stretching you out. Close enough, this effect would become overwhelming, spaghettifying any object. A person would be stretched into a long filament of atoms. It's an unimaginably strange and fatal distortion, happening because gravity at your feet could be immensely stronger than at your head. For a larger black hole, like the supermassive ones that sit in galactic centers, the tides at the horizon might be gentler, and you could slip in relatively unscathed initially. But crossing the horizon is crossing into the unknown. From the viewpoint of an outside observer watching from afar, something even more bizarre occurs. Time appears to slow down for you. As you near the horizon, to distant eyes, your movements would gradually freeze. Your clock would seem to tick ever more slowly. You would never actually be seen crossing the horizon. You'd dim and redden, lingering at the edge. Yet from your own perspective, you fall straight through in a finite time, noticing no such stall, aside from the extreme gravitational environment itself. This relativity of time near a black hole adds to its mystery. Two realities, one for the distant observer, one for the one falling in. Once inside, what then? No one truly knows, and likely no physical traveller could survive to find out. Our equations predict a singularity at the centre, a point of infinite density and zero volume, where space-time as we know it breaks down. It could be a true edge of reality, a place where space and time themselves cease to have meaning. Or perhaps the singularity is not a point at all, but a realm we don't yet understand, a doorway to something else. Some theorists imagine that the inside of a black hole might connect to another universe, or bounce back out as a white hole elsewhere in space-time that spews out matter instead of swallowing it. These ideas remain speculative, fairy tales for physicists' dreams. To any being falling in, the end would likely come swiftly, as forces and radiation rise beyond anything survivable. Yet black holes are not merely engines of destruction. They might also be archives of a sort. When a black hole pulls in matter and light, where does the information about that matter go? Physics tells us information, the specific details of particles and states, shouldn't be destroyed. It's as if the black hole hides the information behind its horizon. Some scientists believe the information is smeared on the horizon itself, encoded in two-dimensional form, like a hologram, waiting to be released if the black hole ever evaporates. In this way, a black hole could be a vault of cosmic memory, holding the stories of all the stars, planets, and perhaps even life that fell into it. When Hawking radiation eventually lets the black hole fade, it's thought those stories come back out, albeit scrambled and unrecognizable. For now, if you were floating just outside a black hole at a safe distance, you'd witness a spectacle of raw power and enigma. The disk of infalling material, if there is one, would paint the darkness with swirls of high-energy light. Jets of particles might shoot out from the black hole's poles, where magnetic fields twist the infalling gas and send it streaming into space at near light speed, shining across thousands of light years. And around the perfectly dark center, you'd see that eerie gravitationally lensed ring of light, a distorted view of the universe behind the black hole, like the cosmos itself bending down to peer into the abyss. Contemplating a black hole, you might feel both fear and curiosity. Fear, because it represents a one-way journey into oblivion. Curiosity, because it challenges our understanding of physics and holds potential clues about the nature of reality. Here, in a single phenomenon, we see extremes of time, space, and information. In the presence of a black hole, even time can twist and nearly stand still. Space is so warped that inside and outside lose their usual meaning, and information teeters on the brink of loss. It's as if black holes are the cosmos's way of showing us that for all we think we know, there are corners of existence where our rules fall short. In our journey, the black hole is a poignant symbol. It reminds us that the universe has dark secrets, literally and figuratively. But it also sparks our creativity. After all, the idea of wormholes or portals through black holes has fueled science fiction and scientific debates alike. Standing at a safe perimeter of such an object, you might even philosophize. If one needed to hide something forever, one could toss it into a black hole. If one needed to challenge the order of time and space, one could cross that horizon. And if one seeks a natural embodiment of cosmic mystery, look no further. Having peered into this abyss, we step back to continue our broader journey. Black holes may be among the last bastions of structure in a dying universe, as we shall see. But even they do not escape the grand trajectory of cosmic evolution. Their presence in the cosmic story naturally leads us back to the concept of entropy and the ultimate fate of all things. Trillions of years hence, the universe will reach a time when the last stars flicker out. Envision this far future. Galaxies themselves gone dark, only faint red embers, where the smallest stars glow dimly for a while longer. Eventually, even those cool to black. The cosmos that was once ablaze with billions of galaxies, each containing billions of suns, becomes an endless night, punctuated only by the ghostly afterglow of what once was. In that darkness, what remains? Perhaps black holes wandering through the void, like silent sentinels, the corpses of massive stars that collapsed under their own gravity. They do not shine, they only absorb. For a time, they might be the last dramatic actors in the universe, occasionally swallowing the remnants of dead planets or stray matter, each meal sending a faint ripple through the fabric of space-time. But even black holes are not forever. Stephen Hawking taught us that they can slowly evaporate, leaking away energy over incomprehensible spans of time. As a black hole evaporates, it might, ever so slowly, release what it long held captive. Information, perhaps, in the final sigh of particles it emits. Think of it. After countless ages, a black hole that was once the mass of many suns has shrunk to the size of a mountain, then a pebble, glowing faintly with Hawking radiation in the darkness, until it too vanishes with a last quiet flash. At that moment, whatever it contained is released as diffuse, random energy. By this late stage, even the very building blocks of matter may have fallen apart. Some theories suggest that protons, the hearts of atoms, have a finite lifespan. Given enough eons, far longer than the current age of the universe, protons could spontaneously decay into lighter particles. If that is true, then long before the last black hole evaporates, even solid worlds and stray asteroids will have crumbled into radiation and ghostly elementary particles. By the time the final black hole emits its last sigh of energy, the cosmos might already be little more than a thin soup of light and fundamental particles spread across an ever-expanding emptiness. Now the universe is truly quiet. This is the heat death, the final equilibrium where nothing more can happen because all gradients have vanished. All stars have died, all black holes evaporated, all matter either dispersed or decayed into the simplest pieces. What's left is a thin haze of cold particles and photons stretching on and on. Time still flows, but in this eternal night there are no clocks and no events to mark its passage. Trillions of years pass, then trillions more, but nothing of significance changes in the vast stillness. This is cosmic entropy's promise, a universe returned to a state of almost featureless uniformity, like a blank canvas that can never be painted on again. There is a profound melancholy in this vision. Every structure that ever arose, every being that ever lived, every thought that was ever thought, all gone, without even ashes or ruins, just dissipated energy. The achievements of every civilization, no matter how advanced, would ultimately succumb to this fate. It is a stark reminder of impermanence on the grandest scale. Some might call it the ultimate cosmic horror. Not a bang, but an unfathomably slow fading away into nothingness. And yet, as we float in this thought far, far into the future, notice how quiet and still it is. Like standing in a dim room after a candle burns out. There is a certain peace in this final night of the universe. The drama of creation and destruction is over. What remains is a deep, dreamless sleep of reality itself. Perhaps in that emptiness, there is a kind of cosmic meditation happening. A long, silent contemplation after the eons of cosmic activity. Before we surrender to that ultimate night, we might wonder, is this truly the end? Or could there be ways for the story to continue? Some cosmologists have speculated about how the universe might avoid a permanent heat death. Perhaps the dark energy driving the universe's expansion will fluctuate or reverse, triggering a new cycle. Maybe, after an unimaginable period of stasis, random quantum fluctuations could spark something. A rebirth of order out of chaos, a new Big Bang from the ashes of the old. Others imagine that the universe might be cyclic, that our current cosmos is just one iteration of an eternal series, each beginning with a Big Bang and ending with a big crunch, or a bounce, only to be reborn again. It's as if our minds rebel against the idea of a story with an absolute ending and seek comfort in a narrative that starts over and over, infinitely. The Hindus spoke of kalpas, vast cycles of creation and dissolution as Vishnu dreams each universe in turn. The Norse imagined the world ending in Ragnarok and being born anew in the next cycle. The image of the Ouroboros, a serpent eating its own tail, appeared in ancient Egyptian and Greek mysticism, symbolizing this very concept of time as a circle, the universe recreating itself from its end. Today, some physicists seriously consider models of the cosmos that are cyclic or oscillatory. It seems that both ancient myth and modern science entertain the possibility that the end of the universe might wrap around to its beginning. What would it be like if time looped? Perhaps in a trillion years, when the final whispers of light have faded, the stage is set for a strange recurrence. Picture the thin haze of particles in the heat-dead universe. With nothing happening, time slips by without meaning. But then, after an eternity, by chance, a rare fluctuation clusters a few particles slightly closer. A tiny pocket of lower entropy. It's infinitesimally small, but it's a spark in an ocean of darkness. That spark triggers another, and another. Maybe gravity pulls a bit of matter into a wisp of a cloud. Over further eons, could such a cloud grow, collapse, and form a new star? It seems nearly impossible, but given infinite time, even the rarest events can occur. Now imagine enough of these rare events happening that the darkness ignites with a new pinprick of starlight, then another. Like a new dawn, the darkness might give way to a scattering of stars once more. It would be a vastly different cosmos, perhaps born not in a single big bang, but as a gradual awakening from the long night. In essence, a time loop of creation after heat death, not by a sudden rebirth, but by the persistence of chance. Even more mind-bending is the notion that if time is cyclic, perhaps everything that has happened will happen again. In an eternal return, the idea proposed by some ancient philosophers and hinted at by some modern physics. You sitting here now might one day, in another cycle of the universe, sit in a similar place, hearing similar words, with no memory that it all happened before. Perhaps our lives are not one-off events, but recurring motifs in the grand symphony of time. It's a haunting thought. In the farthest future, beyond the death of our universe, another universe could bloom with a planet much like Earth, an individual much like you, and history repeating in broad strokes. Would that truly be you again, or just a cosmic echo? An identical tune played again by a new orchestra. Time loops need not only be cosmic in scale, they might happen in localized pockets of space-time under extreme conditions. Think of black holes again, those strange pits of gravity. If one rotates fast, or if certain cosmic strings exist, general relativity suggests time could curve back on itself near these objects, forming closed time-like curves. In theory, that means a traveler or a particle could loop in time, visiting the same moment over and over. Reality might forbid such loops due to paradoxes, but our equations don't outright rule them out in all cases. What would it feel like to be caught in a time loop, reliving a segment of life endlessly? Would it be a trap, a repetitive nightmare with no escape? Or could it be a sanctuary, an eternal moment you love, experienced forever, like a favorite song on repeat? One curious concept linking time and structure is the idea of time crystals. A recently realized phase of matter that has a repeating pattern in time, not just in space. Unlike a normal crystal with a repeating atomic lattice, a time crystal's state oscillates at set intervals, potentially without end and without consuming energy. In a sense, it ticks eternally, a clock that never winds down, a pattern that persists through time indefinitely. While the known time crystals are delicate laboratory creations, let's indulge in a fancy. Imagine a cosmic-scale time crystal, an artifact or region of space that cycles perpetually. Perhaps an advanced civilization, facing the end of the universe, could create a sanctuary built on this principle, a way to have a pocket of space-time where time loops in a stable, endless circuit, so that within, they experience a form of eternity even as the outside universe fades. It might be a realm where seasons oscillate forever between spring and summer, or a heartbeat that never stops. From outside, it would look like a frozen anomaly. From inside, it would feel like forever. If not a time crystal, maybe a simulation could offer an escape from finality. The idea of some simulated eternity arises. That intelligent life might preserve itself by transferring into a carefully controlled digital cosmos. In that virtual domain, freed from physical limits, time could be manipulated, sped up, slowed, looped. 1,000,000 subjective years could pass in a second of outside time, or a treasured moment could be relived over and over. If the simulation is robust enough, it could continue even as the external universe grows cold. Picture the last survivors of a civilization, their bodies failing as the cosmos itself fails, deciding to upload their minds into a machine powered perhaps by the rotational energy of a black hole. As the stars wink out one by one, inside this machine, their consciousness finds a new home, a fertile ground where they create their own stars and worlds, or maybe recreate a beloved era of their history to live in comfort. Outside, everything dies. Inside, they have crafted a garden that can flourish timelessly, at least until even fundamental particles outside decay, assuming the simulation can be sustained off some stable energy source or perhaps a controlled time loop of its own. Such notions blur the line between reality and dream. If consciousness can be sustained in an artificial medium, then what is real becomes subjective. Those minds might live out eons in worlds of their own making, perhaps even forgetting their true origin. They could create simulated heavens, explore mathematical wonderlands, or simply while away the eternities in contemplation. To an external observer, if any were left, that simulation might look like a tiny flicker of order in a sea of chaos. Perhaps something akin to a Boltzmann brain, which we'll soon discuss, but engineered deliberately. In that little flicker, meaning and story would continue, even while outside there is nothing but night. But let's return to our reality, in this universe that is still young compared to those twilight epochs. The stars shine now. Life thrives, at least on our world, and possibly on others. And yet, when we listen for voices in the dark, we hear nothing but a profound silence. We scan the skies for signs of alien civilizations, radio signals, laser flashes, the chemical fingerprints of industry on distant planets. And so far, we've found only silence. This silence might itself be telling a story. Perhaps a story of cosmic loneliness, or of civilizations that rose and fell before we ever came along. We've considered the end of everything. Now what about the ends that might have happened on smaller scales? Alien collapse. The downfall of extraterrestrial civilizations could be one of the disturbing truths lurking in the cosmic quiet. Enrico Fermi famously asked, "Where is everybody?" Given the vast number of stars and the probability that many have habitable planets, by simple chance, the galaxy should be teeming with life and perhaps advanced societies. And yet, we haven't seen clear evidence of anyone else. One possible answer is that civilizations, including any alien ones, might tend to self-destruct or stagnate before they can reach out very far. Perhaps they exhaust their planet's resources or fall to wars and plagues. Maybe they retreat into virtual realities and lose the drive to explore. Or maybe the universe itself throws obstacles, supernovae, gamma-ray bursts, or other disasters that periodically reset the clock on life. The thought that many potential cosmic neighbors snuffed themselves out or were silenced by fate before they could reach us is a melancholy one. Yet, in that melancholy lies a thread of connection. Perhaps they too once looked to the stars with hopes of hearing someone else. In their final moments, or throughout their existence, they might have felt the same loneliness and longing that we sometimes feel. It's strangely comforting to imagine that in the great expanse of time, we share at least this feeling with other minds, however transient, the yearning not to be alone. Every civilization that ever was might be united by this common question, each sending its inquiry into the dark. Even if those calls never met each other, they form a kind of unseen constellation, a pattern of voices all asking the same question across eternity. Think of a distant planet orbiting another star eons ago. Maybe it had an ocean and continents, life that crawled onto land and looked up at a red sun. Suppose on that world, intelligent creatures evolved, different in form from us, but sharing that spark of curiosity. They built cities, learned science, even ventured into space around their planet. But then imagine something went wrong. A global catastrophe or a slow decline. Their world grew silent. Their gleaming cities fell to ruin. Their satellites became drifting husks in orbit. If someone were to visit that system now, they might find only traces. Perhaps faint ruins peeking from sand dunes or odd chemical imbalances in the atmosphere, hinting that industry once existed there. Those beings might have left a record or a message, but in time their transmitters fell quiet, their last voices lost to the cosmic background noise. Such an alien collapse could have happened many times across the galaxy. Civilizations could rise, flourish, and then falter, leaving no one to make contact with newcomers like us. It's a sobering thought. Perhaps the night sky is quiet, not because life is rare, but because the lifespan of technological civilizations is brief relative to cosmic time. We might be like someone coming late to a party, finding the hall empty and echoes of laughter fading, not realizing how many came before and left. If the universe is indeed littered with the remnants of these lost civilizations, then in a sense, their memory might be etched into space-time, awaiting discovery. We have yet to find undeniable artifacts of alien intelligence, but consider what a sufficiently advanced culture might leave behind. If they built gigantic structures, ring worlds or Dyson spheres encircling stars to capture energy, we might detect those indirectly, perhaps as strange dips in starlight or unusual infrared glows. If they engaged in massive energy projects, they might have created gravitational waves that still ripple through the cosmos. Could the fabric of space carry scars or signatures of ancient cosmic engineering? It's intriguing to imagine that some mysteries we observe might already be evidence, if only we interpret them correctly. For instance, there are bursts of energy known as fast radio bursts, FRBs, and stars with odd brightness fluctuations. Natural explanations exist for them, but one can't help but wonder, are any of these the echoes of distant technology, the dying breath of an alien project eons old? Our instruments pick up a blip, a brief, bright radio pulse from a galaxy billions of light years away. It lasts only a millisecond, and then it's gone. Astronomers puzzle over it and catalogue it as a phenomenon to study. But what if, by chance, that was the final beacon of a civilization at the edge of extinction, sending a last signal out into the void? By the time the signal reaches us, they are long gone. But in that burst, their story, like a ghost, touches our instruments for an instant. These thoughts lead us to the idea of information ecology, the flow of information in the universe, and the data ghosts that inhabit space. The cosmos is dark, but not silent. It's filled with the whispers of events long past. Every star that shines, every atom that moves, sends out information in the form of light, or particles, or gravitational waves. We ourselves have been adding to this cosmic information pool for over a century now, with our radio and television broadcasts leaving Earth and travelling outward at the speed of light. Those signals, carrying everything from old news bulletins to the laughter of sitcoms, have now spread out over a sphere more than 100 light years in radius. If there are listeners out there, perhaps they've caught snippets of our lives, though by the time they decode our signals, the events will be deep in our past. In a way, these broadcasts are our own ghostly echoes, our data ghosts, drifting between the stars. Even if our civilization were to collapse tomorrow, the electromagnetic whispers of our time would continue on, spreading thinner and fainter, but still present, a testament to the fact that we once existed and thought and dreamed. They might outlast us by eons, like a message in a bottle cast into a dark sea. And what of the ghosts cast by nature itself? The cosmic microwave background is the faint afterglow of the Big Bang, light that has travelled for nearly 14 billion years to reach us, carrying information about the infant universe. When we map it, we are effectively reading the memory of creation. Then there are neutrinos, passing through us by the trillions, each second, many birthed in the cores of stars, or in supernova explosions long ago. These ghostly particles barely interact with matter, so they carry a pristine record of their origins. If one had the means to capture and interpret all these subtle signals, the light, the particles, the gravity waves, one could reconstruct the history of the cosmos in astonishing detail. The universe keeps its own archive in the very fabric of reality. Every event leaves some trace, however faint. This concept resonates with ancient mystical teachings. Many spiritual traditions spoke of a subtle chronicle of all that happens, often referred to as the Akashic Records, or the Book of Life, an ethereal ledger where every deed, thought, and feeling is inscribed. They imagined that in the grand scheme, nothing is forgotten. It's a poetic match to what science now hints at, two different languages describing a similar truth. Whether one envisions it as ripples in the quantum fields or pages in a divine book, the essence is the same. The tale of the cosmos, and of each life within it, might endure in some form for as long as the universe exists, and maybe even beyond. Imagine a far future being or intelligence that survives while all else fades, patiently collecting these data ghosts. It sifts through the fading radio waves and the last photons from dying stars, piecing together the stories of countless worlds. It becomes a cosmic historian, listening to the echoes after all voices have gone silent. Perhaps it even finds random flickers of information that arise from near nothingness, the faint murmurs of Boltzmann brains in the deep future, and adds those to its records. Boltzmann brains. Those hypothetical, spontaneous minds born of chaos. We mentioned them in passing. Let's explore that eerie idea more deeply in a dreamlike way. In the far, far future, when entropy is nearly maximized and structure has all but vanished, the odds of anything complex forming are incredibly low. But given infinite time, Even low odds can yield eventual outcomes. Picture an expanse of near-perfect nothingness, cold and thin. Suddenly, like a quantum fluke, particles collide in just the right way to assemble a structure momentarily. Most such structures will be random and dead, a brief blob of particles. But by sheer outrageous chance, once in a blue eternity, they might form something coherent, like a molecule or a small device, or even a brain-like configuration capable of a fleeting thought. Now, this brain, if it forms, likely has no body and no environment, just a snapshot of a mind floating in space. Perhaps it has cohesion, only long enough for a single experience, a flash of awareness. What would that be like? For instance, it might suddenly imagine itself standing on a warm seashore at sunset, feeling the gentle breeze and hearing the rhythmic wash of waves. It could recall, in that instant, an entire life that never was. Hazy childhood days, the faces of loved ones, the experience of growing older, all culminating in this peaceful evening by the sea. The colours of the sky are vivid, and the emotions it feels are deep and real. To that brain, this is reality. And then, as abruptly as it arose, it is gone. The imagined beach, the sky, the memories, and the very self that experienced them dissolve back into the void, like a dream that ends without anyone to remember it. It's a disturbing scenario to contemplate, challenging our notions of reality. One might even wonder, in a philosophical mood, how can we be certain we ourselves are not such Boltzmann minds, momentarily alive with vivid but fabricated memories? Of course, practically speaking, it's overwhelmingly more likely that we are part of a long, coherent physical history. We have the continuity and consistency that a spontaneously formed brain would lack. The Boltzmann brain paradox is more a thought experiment highlighting how strange an infinite universe can become. Still, it makes for a poetic, if disquieting, scenario. Consciousness as a transient ghost. A false awakening in the depths of space. Consider that phrase, false awakening. It's something people experience in ordinary dreams. A dream in which you believe you've woken up, only to eventually wake up for real and realize the waking was part of the dream. It can be disorienting. For a moment you're convinced the dream was reality. Now apply that feeling to the cosmos. A Boltzmann brain is like the ultimate false awakening, a mind that wakes up with a full set of perceptions and memories, entirely delusional, yet indistinguishable from a real lifetime, at least for that brief moment. In cosmic terms, it's as if the universe itself has a brief dream, imagines a life within it, then just as quickly forgets. On a more human scale, consider false awakenings and dream worlds in the context of space travel, the psychological shadows that might accompany us to the stars. Imagine an astronaut on a deep space voyage, far from Earth, in the endless night between solar systems. Each day on the ship is maintained by clocks and routines, but the external cues of sunrise and sunset are gone. Out there, the line between waking and dreaming can blur. Perhaps this traveller starts to dream vividly of being back home, living another life. One time, they awaken, or think they do, and find themselves on a familiar street, sunlight on their face, hearing the laughter of children, or the bark of a dog. They go through a morning, get a cup of coffee, greet an old friend, only to wake. Again. Back in the spacecraft, heart pounding, utterly alone, and surrounded by silent machines and the soft hum of the life support. In the depths of space, such layers of dreams could fold into each other. Without a familiar world to ground them, how does one know which level is real? The spacecraft's cold metal walls could themselves be part of an elaborate dream. The mind, craving the familiar comfort of home, might weave one false awakening after another, each one a little rebellion against the stark reality of isolation. Each one collapsing back to the unchanging dark inside the cabin. This is a subtle horror of long voyages. The mind turning inward due to lack of external stimuli, perhaps slowly losing its anchor in consensus reality. Now consider another scenario. What if the astronaut never actually left Earth at all? What if the entire journey was a simulated training exercise, a dream within a dream orchestrated by mission control? There have been science fiction tales of astronauts discovering that their mission was an illusion to test their psyche. They spend what feels like years in interstellar space, only to awaken in a lab and realize the journey hadn't yet begun or was never meant to. The shock of that awakening is profound. In our meditative context, it's a reminder that not everything in space is tangible. Some of its deepest challenges are psychological, and some realities we take for granted might be more fragile than they seem. As we probe these ideas of dreams and reality, the line between them grows thin. Perhaps our entire universe, with all its galaxies and wonders, is itself a kind of dream. A simulation running on a cosmic scale. Some modern philosophers and physicists have indeed entertained the sun simulation hypothesis. The proposal that our reality might be an artificial simulation created by some higher intelligence, possibly by advanced descendants of humans or by other beings entirely. If that were true, then all the things we've discussed, entropy, time loops, civilizations rising and falling, are elements of a grand program. Maybe the simulation is set to run for a certain span, or to cycle through variations, or perhaps to test scenarios. We could be, without knowing it, part of an experiment, or even a work of cosmic art, coded in patterns of energy and information. If one takes the simulation idea seriously, then the concept of simulated eternity gains another layer. Perhaps the beings running the simulation can rewind it or alter the flow of time within it. Our sense of time's arrow and irreversibility might be constraints of the simulation's rules. An outside programmer could potentially restart the universe or branch it, akin to loading a saved game or creating a parallel instance. It's wild to think about. Our reality as malleable code. To us inside, it feels consistent and real. Just as a character in a lucid dream might think the dream world is real until they notice inconsistencies or decide to wake up. Are there any inconsistencies that hint at such a nature of reality? So far, physics finds the universe to be remarkably consistent and fine-tuned in its laws, but not obviously artificial. Still, some point to the uncanny effectiveness of mathematics in describing nature, or certain discrete elements of physics, like the pixelation of space at the Planck scale, or the quantization of energy, as subtle hints that things might be computable at a fundamental level. These are speculative reaches, of course. Even if our universe is not literally a simulation created by others, the parallels with simulated worlds can be thought-provoking. It's as if we're collectively dreaming a very stable, consistent dream bound by natural law, an interactive cosmic dream that follows logical patterns, which we call the laws of physics. Now, leaving behind these dizzying notions, we gently return our attention to the here and now, to our own minds pondering the cosmos. In doing so, we might notice that throughout our journey, we have been accompanied by echoes of ancient ideas and symbols. Even as we ventured into science and speculation, the themes we encountered resonate with age-old archetypes. This is perhaps inevitable when faced with the vast unknown. Human imagination has always reached for the familiar images of gods, myths, and cosmic principles to anchor itself. And so, our exploration of these disturbing truths about space brings us full circle, back to the stories we carry within us. Some thinkers, like Carl Jung, suggested that certain archetypal images and ideas are embedded in the collective unconscious of humanity. If so, could it be that they are, in a way, reflections of the cosmos itself? Perhaps the reason all cultures come up with a Skyfather figure, or a Mother Earth goddess, or trickster spirits, is because these are patterns that life at any scale finds meaningful. A creator archetype might mirror the actual creative forces of nature, the Big Bang, or the generative power of stars. A destroyer, or deathbringer, might mirror entropy and cosmic destruction. A trickster could reflect the unpredictable, chaotic events that upend order. Without realizing it, through our gods and stories, we might have been mapping the fundamental processes of the universe onto characters we can relate to. Over time, as rational knowledge grew, many of these gods were forgotten in the sense that we stopped literally believing in them, yet they live on in our language and imagination. They live on in fiction, in metaphor, and in the emotional significance we give to cosmic concepts. When we call black holes monsters or speak of Mother Nature, we're invoking those old archetypes. They help us emotionally grapple with the vast and the abstract. Could there be, out there, something that actually corresponds to these archetypes? We can't know. But imagine for a moment that no matter how advanced our understanding becomes, some numinous mystery remains. Perhaps at the heart of every galaxy, not just a black hole, but some sort of awareness, a galactic spirit, in a poetic sense, lurks just beyond our detection, subtly influencing star formation and the dance of planets. That's a fanciful notion, yet it resonates with the way ancient peoples imagined sky gods or rulers of cosmic realms, or consider, on a more philosophical level, the possibility that the universe itself is the ultimate archetype, the source of all archetypes. It is the creator and the destroyer, the great parent of stars and the great reaper of them, a trickster with its quantum randomness, and a wise old presence with its long memory written in light and gravity. Perhaps what we call the universe is just a modern, abstract name for what our ancestors personified as the divine. In a mystical sense, there might be little difference between saying the cosmos evolves and the gods weave fate, if we interpret it deeply. It's two ways of describing the same profound reality. The ancient Greeks spoke of Zeus, the Sky Father, hurling thunderbolts. Today, we speak of charged particles and electric fields. But the experience of a thunderstorm still moves us to awe, as it did our ancestors. The names and explanations change. The sense of wonder remains. What is the role of these archetypes as we move forward into the future? They could be guideposts and comforters. As we face the disturbing truths about outer space, our mortality, our solitude, our smallness in the face of it all, we can draw on those timeless images for solace and insight. When feeling tiny under the stars, one might recall the ancient notion of being a child of the sky, perhaps cared for by a fatherly heavens or motherly earth. It's not scientifically literal, but it can soothe the soul. Or when grappling with fate and uncertainty, one might think of the trickster and realize that unpredictability is a natural part of the cosmic dance, not a personal vendetta of the universe. In our dreams, these archetypes sometimes surface. An astronaut might dream of Apollo, the sun god, guiding their ship, or of Kali, the destroyer, dancing among the stars as they go supernova. These are the mind's way of bridging the symbolic and the real. As you lie here listening, safe and at ease, your mind also bridges these realms, the factual wonders of space and the symbolic language of myth and memory. Both are true in their own domains, and together they enrich the tapestry of our cosmic meditation. We have journeyed through many unsettling ideas. We confronted cosmic entropy, the eventual end of all things, and found in it not just despair, but a reminder to cherish every warm, bright moment before the long night arrives. We pondered time loops and parallel timelines, realizing that reality might be far less straightforward than it appears, perhaps branching and cycling in ways we can barely imagine. We considered the rise and fall of alien civilizations, which taught us how precious and fragile intelligent life may be, and how our own existence is a fortunate spark in the darkness. We entertained the bizarre notion of Boltzmann brains, questioning the very certainty of our perceptions, and came away with renewed gratitude for the shared reality we experience. We stood at the precipice of black holes, those cosmic abysses, and instead of only fear, we found awe at nature's extremes and hints of deeper truths, perhaps even pathways to new universes hidden beyond those horizons. We wandered alongside a lonely artificial mind across a dying galaxy, and discovered that even in solitude, carrying knowledge and memory forward can be a noble purpose, a way to give meaning to the void. We explored dreams within dreams, false awakenings, and the idea that the universe itself might be a grand simulation, perspectives that made us reflect on what is truly real, and led us to value the connections and consciousness we do have. Finally, we recognized how the ancient myths and archetypes, sky fathers and earth mothers, creators and destroyers, heroes and tricksters, are our timeless companions, helping us humanize and comprehend the cosmic forces around us. All of these truths and imaginings, while disquieting or eerie at times, also fill us with profound wonder. They show us a cosmos not empty of meaning, but overflowing with it. A place where even endings could seed new beginnings, and where every question we ask becomes part of the universe's ongoing story. There is a comfort in the acceptance of these truths. In knowing our place is tiny, we may feel humility, but also a sense of belonging to something grand. We are made of the cosmos, of the same stars that will one day all grow cold. We carry bits of eternity in the form of atoms forged in ancient supernovae. The iron coursing through your blood once lay in the heart of a star that exploded before our sun was born. The calcium in your bones was brewed in the fires of a dying giant star. The oxygen filling your lungs was formed in stellar furnaces light years away. Even the water you drink contains hydrogen atoms created in the first minutes after the Big Bang. In a very literal way, your body is a miniature collection of cosmic relics, and your mind a spark of the universe's long quest to know itself. Our thoughts, right now, are patterns of energy obeying those same physical laws, yet they give rise to poetry and meaning. We are, in a sense, the universe dreaming of itself, telling itself stories, perhaps to make sense of it all. In the endless twilight of the cosmos, another chapter unfolds, far beyond the last echo of familiar truths. We drift deeper into the quiet mysteries of space. The stars glimmer faintly in a sea of darkness, ancient and silent, as if holding secrets just out of reach. There is a stillness here that feels like a held breath, a pause in eternity, inviting us to listen and to wonder. In this gentle darkness, our journey continues, slow and unhurried, through realms of thought and starlight. Time itself seems to lose meaning in the vast expanse. Without a dawn or dusk to mark the hours, the moments blend together into a continuous now, away from any home planet's rotation, away from the ticking of human clocks. An hour might feel like a day, or a day like a heartbeat. We float in a realm where time stretches and bends, where the past and future blur into an endless present. The only measure of time here is the soft pulse of our own existence, each breath a reminder that we are still part of the universe's story. Out here, even the concept of time begins to unravel in strange ways. Drifting in interstellar space, far from any planet or star, one might lose track of what now means. A lone traveller, gliding between distant suns, would see no sunrise or sunset to bracket their days. Imagine floating in a spacecraft beyond our galaxy, where the only calendar is the slow change in the stars' positions over centuries. In such solitude, a minute can feel like an eternity, and a year can slip by in a soft haze of memory. The boundary between one moment and the next grows fuzzy. With nothing familiar to measure against, time becomes a gentle, continuous flow, like a river with no banks. In the depths of space, the flow of time itself can bend and ripple. Near a massive star or a spinning black hole, physics whispers a strange truth. Time can slow down, stretching each second longer and longer. If you could drift safely near the edge of a black hole's darkness, an hour for you might be years for someone far away. The universe would race ahead, aging in fast forward, while you move in almost slow motion. And yet, within your heartbeats, nothing would feel amiss. You'd live each moment normally, oblivious to how the cosmos beyond is speeding by. It is a reminder that time is not absolute, that our clocks can lie. The universe holds time as a pliable secret, something that changes with gravity and speed, as mysterious as the stars themselves. Consider also the immense scale of cosmic time. Stars are born, live, and die over millions or billions of years. To a mountain-sized chunk of ice drifting in the Oort cloud at the edge of our solar system, the passing of a human lifetime might be quicker than a sigh. And to us, the slow dance of galaxies colliding or stars evolving is nearly eternal. So gradual, we must rely on imagination to picture it. In this gulf between human time and cosmic time lies a humbling truth. Our lives flash by like sparks, while the universe endures and transforms almost imperceptibly. We mark time by heartbeats and seasons. But out here among the galaxies, time is marked by the birth and death of stars, the merging of galaxies, the silent trajectories of wandering worlds over eons. Yet even in this vast timeline, we find a strange comfort. The present moment, this very breath, is something we share with the cosmos. The starlight reaching our eyes left its star thousands of years ago, but it arrives in our now, joining our experience. In that way, every moment is layered with ancient light, with the slow heartbeat of the universe. And as we float here, weightless and quiet, we can sense how time in deep space is both immeasurably vast and intimately immediate. It's the pause between thoughts, the interval between breaths, the gentle rhythm that guides the galaxies. In understanding how fluid time can be, we learn to let go of urgency. We surrender to the cosmic clock, which ticks, not in seconds, but in the rise and fall of worlds. And so, drifting through this timeless night, we begin to see time not as an enemy racing past, but as a silent companion, unfolding all things in its own mysterious cadence. Silence becomes our companion in these stellar reaches. In space, there is an almost perfect quiet, without air or water or any medium to carry sound. Even the most thunderous explosion among the stars would pass in muted hush. If you were to shout into the cosmic abyss, no echo would return. Your voice would simply vanish into the void. All around, worlds collide, or planets quake in absolute silence. It is a silence so profound that it feels like the universe itself is listening. In this great hush, we come face to face with a sense of solitude that is both eerie and serene. With no sound to distract the mind, one can hear the gentle rhythm of their own heartbeat, the whisper of their own thoughts. This cosmic silence can feel intensely lonely. For all our calls into the darkness, we have heard no reply. Decades have passed with radio antennas pointed at the stars, straining to catch the faintest hint of another voice. We have sent out our greetings on golden records and encoded signals, like messages in bottles cast into a cosmic ocean. Yet the stars respond with quiet. The emptiness between galaxies offers no greeting, no confirmation that someone else is out there. It is the silence of a night that stretches for light years, a quiet that has persisted for eons. And under that immense quiet, one can feel profoundly alone, like the last person awake in a sleeping world. Yet, silence is not always an enemy. In the stillness of space, there is also a profound peace. Without noise, the universe reveals itself in other ways. The gentle flicker of distant pulsars, the soft glow of nebulae, the graceful orbits of planets, all of these happen in silence. And there is a kind of music in their motion, if not in their sound. In this quiet, our minds are free to wander and wonder. We begin to interpret the silence not only as emptiness, but as an invitation. Perhaps we have been listening with the wrong ears. Perhaps the cosmos speaks not in sound waves, but in the language of light and gravity, of subtle vibrations and hidden dimensions. The silence challenges us to find new ways to understand, to realize that communication might take forms we have yet to recognize. There is also the possibility that what we perceive as silence is simply our own inability to hear the full symphony of the universe. Deep in the darkness, particles collide and fields ripple. in ways that could be seen as the universe's own whisperings. The cosmic microwave background, a faint glow left from the dawn of time, is like a distant echo, an ancient memory of sound now stretched into silence by the expansion of space. It's as if the universe had a beginning cry, a first word, and ever since it has been gradually quieting down, leaving us in a gentle afterglow. In that afterglow, in this widespread quiet, we find a canvas for our thoughts and dreams. The silence of space allows us to project our hopes and fears onto the stars, to fill the void with our stories and questions. It is blank, but not uncaring, mute, but not cold. The quiet of the cosmos gives us room to contemplate and to marvel without distraction. And so, in this profound silence, we float with a mix of wonder and wistfulness. The absence of sound becomes a mirror for our own inner voices. We hear our curiosity, our longing for connection, echoed back by the void. Each heartbeat and breath within us becomes a gentle drumbeat in the quiet. In the cosmic silence, we are alone with the truth of ourselves. And it is here that we realize that solitude can be both a burden and a gift. It reminds us how precious companionship is, how meaningful a single voice can be in a sea of quiet. At the same time, it offers a peaceful refuge, a chance to rest in the vast, soundless arms of the universe. In this silence, we learn to find comfort in simply being, as the stars keep their silent watch all around us. Within that silent darkness, imagine a world without a sun. Far out in the interstellar dark, a planet wanders alone, unbound by the gravity of any star. On this rogue planet, night is unending, an eternal expanse of black sky strewn with faint starlight. There is no sunrise to chase away the chill, no noon to warm its landscapes. Perhaps long ago it was cast out of its home system, flung into the abyss by a cosmic upheaval. Or maybe it formed in solitude from a cold cloud of dust, never knowing the light of a star. Whatever its origin, its reality is perpetual night and cold. The planet's surface might be a frozen wasteland. Oceans turn to silent ice under a starless sky. If there is an atmosphere, it hangs in frigid stillness, maybe illuminated only by the pale glow of distant galaxies. On the surface of such a world, the darkness would be nearly absolute. If you stood there, bundled against the lethal cold and looked up, you would see something both awe-inspiring and haunting, a sky full of stars, unflickering in the thin air, casting faint shadows on the ice. Without a nearby sun, the other stars become your only compass. The Milky Way might arc overhead as a delicate gauzy band of light, a soft glow to break the monotony of black. But there is no daybreak to anticipate, no moonrise unless the planet clings to a moon of its own in its solitary journey. Time on this world would be measured not in sunny days, but in the slow movement of constellations and the passing of ages. Such a lonely planet drifts endlessly, a pilgrim with no destination. It glides through the galactic night with only inertia as its guide, passing unseen through the faint wisps of interstellar dust. Eons might go by without anything stirring on its frozen ground, no sound except perhaps the creaking of ice under an alien wind. It is a stark illustration of the cosmos's indifference, a a whole world can exist in isolation, unnoticed, unlit, and untouched. Countless of these dark nomads could be out there, each one a silent testament to how vast and solitary the universe can be. They remind us that not every planet basks in the glow of a sun. Many dwell in eternal shadow, their beauty hidden in darkness. And yet, even on such a world, one can wonder what secrets might lie within. Deep below the frozen surface, could there be warmth from the planet's core, enough to melt a hidden ocean beneath the ice? If so, might life flicker there, like tiny embers shielded from the endless night above? Any living thing in such a place would know nothing of stars or daylight. Its entire universe would be the dark waters and rocky caverns of its sunless home. How strange would its consciousness be if it existed? Would it sense time differently, in a realm where nothing ever changes but the slow cooling of a world? Would it know that beyond its underground sea lies an infinite cosmos? These thoughts stir a quiet awe. They hint that life, if it endures in the bleakest corners, would be unlike any we have ever imagined, forged in conditions we would find inhospitable and alien. In the solitude of a rogue planet, we see both desolation and resilience. Even without sunlight, the planet continues its voyage. Even in freezing darkness, it remains a part of the galaxy, threading its way among the stars. This cosmic vagabond carries on, indifferent to whether it is ever seen or understood. It drifts under the silent watch of the universe, a speck in a sea of night. And as we imagine it, we cannot help but feel a kinship in isolation. Our own world, too, drifts in a vast dark, saved only by the warmth of our sun and the company of our moon. The rogue planet is a reminder of how precious that light and company are. It urges us to cherish the fragile warmth of our own orbit, even as we marvel at the lonely grandeur of those starless worlds. In their darkness, we find another facet of the universe's truth, that even in solitude, there is a strange, enduring beauty. The possibilities for life and mind in the universe may extend far beyond anything we know. On that rogue planet shrouded in eternal night, any living creatures would have evolved without ever seeing a sun. Their senses might be attuned to heat or vibration instead of light. Their concept of day and night, of time and existence, would be utterly alien. And that is just one example. Throughout the cosmos, if life arises on countless worlds, it could take forms so strange that we might not even recognize it as life at first glance. Imagine a sentient cloud of gas drifting through a nebula, its consciousness spread out over miles of swirling vapor. Or envision creatures living in the upper atmosphere of a giant planet, buoyed by chemical balloons, who communicate in patterns of electrical flashes like silent lightning instead of words. These beings would share the universe with us, yet their experience of it would be as different as night from day. What would it be like to meet such an alien mind? Communication might not be through voice or writing at all, but perhaps by exchanging emotions as colours or vibrations. A species might exist that perceives the passage of time in slow motion, thinking thoughts that take years to complete so that our quick lives would seem like mere sparks to them. Another kind of consciousness might be collective, thousands of tiny creatures forming a network, together becoming one great thinking entity, spread across an entire forest or reef. each individual just a cell in a larger mind. There could even be a being that lives in the vacuum of space itself, drifting and feeding on starlight, taking in the universe over millennia. The universe is vast enough to allow for minds that we can barely dream of. Minds that see extra colours, or hear the hum of molecules, or even sense the gentle curvature of space-time itself. Such alien consciousness might not even be confined to what we consider alive. Could a star harbour awareness as it burns for billions of years, its magnetic fields and plasma currents forming a vast, slow mind that contemplates the galaxy? Or perhaps whole planetary ecosystems become self-aware in ways we cannot measure. The way a brain made of roots and rivers might think in geological time. If a being like that tried to speak, would we notice the message encoded in the growth of forests or the flicker of starlight? The challenge in imagining truly alien minds is that our own mind is always the frame of reference. We have only our human experience as a model, and it might be woefully inadequate. We may have already encountered signs of other consciousness, complex patterns in radio waves, mysteries in cosmic phenomena, and simply failed to comprehend them. Like insects crawling across a radio, not realizing the music that surrounds them. The loneliness we feel in the cosmic silence could be, in part, a misunderstanding. Perhaps we are not truly alone, but surrounded by life and thought that is hidden in plain sight, masked by its unfamiliar nature. It is both a thrilling and unsettling thought, that we might share this universe with other minds, yet have no common ground to meet upon. If and when we do find evidence of alien intelligence, it might not be a simple hello. It could be subtle, indirect, a pattern in energy, a peculiar chemistry in a far-off planet's atmosphere, a mathematical signal that blinks like a lighthouse from across the stars. It might even be something we detect but cannot decode, like a book written in a language with no overlap to our own. We will have to expand our definition of life and mind to truly know what and who shares this cosmos with us. Until then, we are left with our imaginations. We send out probes and signals. We scan the sky for anomalies, always wondering what other eyes, or perhaps other senses entirely, might be looking back. In the meantime, the very act of pondering these alien possibilities enriches our own understanding. It humbles us to think that our way of perceiving reality is but one among a multitude of possibilities. It also offers a small comfort against loneliness. If life can take root in so many exotic forms, perhaps the universe is not as empty as it seems. Perhaps even now, minds utterly different from ours are dreaming under the light of alien stars, or drifting in interstellar space, wondering if they too are alone. In that, we find a curious kinship. Though separated by unimaginable forms and distances, the quest not to be alone might be something we share. In pondering these strange minds, we are inevitably drawn to reflect on the nature of reality itself. After all, if consciousness can be so diverse, if the universe can host intelligences that see and feel in ways we can hardly conceive, what does that say about the fabric of existence that supports all these experiences? It opens the door to one more profound question. Could the reality we take for granted be just one version of events, one way of seeing, perhaps even an illusion in its own right? Some have dared to ask whether the universe we experience is the only reality, or if it is merely a shadow of something greater. What if everything we know, the stars, the planets, our own lives, is part of a grand illusion? Perhaps we are like characters in an elaborate novel, unaware of the author writing our story. This idea can be both whimsical and unsettling. The notion that reality might be a dream, a simulation, or a kind of hologram projected from dimensions beyond our perception. Imagine, for a moment, that we are living inside a cosmic dream. In this perspective, every person and object might be a thought in a vast consciousness, the way figures in a nighttime dream feel real until the dreamer awakens. In ancient wisdom, the world has been called an illusion, and our individual lives as brief dreams of a universal mind. If reality were a dream, then upon awakening, through death, enlightenment, or some other passage, we might discover ourselves to be part of that larger consciousness that dreamed it all. It's a poetic notion, that the cosmos might be imagining us, that we are the universe gazing at itself through ephemeral eyes. Alternatively, consider the simulation theory, the idea that our universe might be a complex program running inside an unimaginable computer. Perhaps an advanced civilization has created entire simulated worlds, populated with conscious beings unaware of their virtual nature. We could be living in such a created world without knowing it. Every atom, every galaxy could be data in a cosmic code, every law of physics a rule in some grand software. To us, it all feels tangible and solid. We touch, we breathe, we live and love. But if we were inside a perfect simulation, how would we know? Perhaps the clues lie at the edges of what we can observe. Tiny anomalies, or patterns woven into the fabric of physics, hinting that there's something underneath it all. It's a staggering idea that our deepest reality might be artificial in some sense, constructed by unknown architects for purposes we cannot guess. Then there is the holographic principle, a suggestion from theoretical physics that our three-dimensional world might be a projection of information painted on a distant two-dimensional surface, like a hologram that appears 3D but is encoded on a flat film. Our lives in 3 dimensions might be the rich illusion of a deeper reality. In this view, everything we do and see is inscribed on that far-off cosmic boundary, and we are just the flickering images of that data. It doesn't diminish the meaning of our experiences, but it challenges us to rethink what space and substance truly are. Are we beings moving through a universe, or patterns dancing on the edge of eternity? Contemplating these ideas can make one feel strangely small, and yet part of something incredibly grand. If reality is a dream, who is the dreamer? If it's a simulation, who is the programmer? If we are a hologram, what light casts the projection? These questions have no easy answers. Perhaps they will remain cosmic mysteries. And yet, thinking about them can be oddly comforting in the quiet of the night. It gives us perspective. Perhaps some burdens we carry are lighter than we thought, and the universe may hold more for consciousness than we can grasp. Our day-to-day concerns, our routines and struggles, all take place within this great, enigmatic stage. Knowing that there might be layers beneath our reality encourages a gentle humility. It reminds us that the universe is not only stranger than we know, but possibly stranger than we can imagine. At the same time, whether or not we live in an illusion, the feelings we experience are real to us. The love we feel, the curiosity that drives us to wander among the stars, the awe we sense on a clear night under the Milky Way, these are genuine. Even if we discovered tomorrow that it's all a simulation or a dream, would it change the sweetness of a gentle breeze or the beauty of a nebula seen through a telescope? Perhaps not. We might even find it wondrous that we were able to be part of such a realistic dream, or such an intricate cosmic artwork. In a way, considering that life might be a dream or simulation encourages us to cherish each moment for what it is, without taking it for granted. After all, every beautiful dream eventually ends, and every grand simulation eventually powers down. What matters is the experience we have and the meaning we make of it while it's here. So we continue floating in this contemplative space, letting these possibilities wash over us like soft waves. We drift between stars and ideas, feeling the boundary between reality and imagination blur. The exact truth of our existence, whether solid or simulated, transient or eternal, remains out of reach, hidden in the cosmic silence. And that's okay. It means the story isn't over. The mystery remains alive, giving us endless wonder to dream about. We find ourselves soothed by the not knowing, oddly comforted that there are questions even the greatest minds cannot answer yet. It leaves room for hope, for imagination, for the childlike part of us that gazes up and thinks, anything is possible out there. In this gentle state of unknowing, we settle into the darkness with trust. We trust that whatever the nature of reality, we are a part of it, as real as we need to be. The stars continue their silent march across the sky, and we feel our heartbeats slow in harmony with the profound calm of the night. All the disturbing truths we've pondered, the fluidity of time, the vast silence, lonely wandering worlds, alien minds, and uncertain reality. They all weave together into a strange lullaby, a meditative song of existence. It is the music of the cosmos, at once unsettling and soothing. As our journey through these thoughts comes to an end, we remain embraced by that music, floating in the dark with a sense of awe and peace. Under the eternal cosmic night, we close our eyes, knowing that the mystery will be there when we awaken, and in the meantime, we are safe to drift among the stars in our dreams.